力。在这里，尽情享受青春。
将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
下面进行的主题讨论是
The next session is about new development and outlook for international trade, investment amid global transformation. Now I would like to invite Guantao Global Chief Economist, BOC International China Co. Limited, to be the moderator of this session.
Warmly welcome the moderator, Mr. Guantao Global Chief Economist, BOC International.
Distinguished leaders, 尊敬的各位来宾，尊敬的女士们、先生们，大家下午好！欢迎大家参加2026清华五道口全球金融论坛。我们这次论坛的主题是全球变局下的国际贸易投资重构和展望。
A warm welcome to all our guests here today, as well as to our audience watching the live stream online. My name is Guan Tao, Global Chief Economist from BOCI Securities. I will be the moderator of this session. First, please allow me to introduce the speakers for this session. We will have 4 distinguished guests in this session. First, Marek Beka, a former Prime Minister of Poland. Second, Nanny Collins, Director, Division on Investment and Prices from UN Trade and Development. Chair of Governing Board, UN Sustainable Stock Exchange Initiative. Third one, Marshall Mills, IMF Chief Representative in China. Last one, Jian Dongju, Chair Professor of Tsinghua PBC School of Finance, Director of Research Center for International Finance and Economics, Tsinghua PBCSF. Welcome to all of you. We would also like to express our sincere thanks to our strategic partner, Shanghai Pudong Development Bank. Now, let's proceed to the roundtable discussion. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause as we invite the speakers to take their seats on stage. Four speakers. Okay, thank you for all to attend the session. Before we start the session, I would like to clarify the format of discussion. This session will be divided into 3 parts. First, each speaker will have 6 minutes keynote speech to explain their main points. Next, I will ask 2 questions for each speaker. Each answering will be no more than 4 minutes. Last, 2 questions will be open to on-site friends. Each answering will be no more than 3 minutes. Now, let's begin the panel discussion. First, the floor is given to Marek. 6 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. As everybody, I will start with words of gratitude for the invitation to this important meeting. As probably the only person from Europe, I'll use this 6 minutes slot to introduce to you the European point of view and the European reaction to the situation that happened in the last, say, 20 years. So from our European perspective, the last 20 years were full of black swans, unpredictable events that destabilized the situation globally and in Europe. Well, which were those black swans? Let's start with the 2008 global financial crisis. Then it was COVID. Then it was the Russia's aggression on Ukraine, very important for us. Then there was the presidency of Donald Trump, which is not less than the big black swan, at least when we look at the consequences. And quite recently, the war in the Gulf. All these events changed the economic environment of European Union, but it changed also the European Union itself. As a matter of fact, European Union is not a perfect solution, the perfect institution. It's a project in the making, and it will be all the time, because it consists of many countries that have common interests, but have the separate politics, which means also separate interests. European Union is a body, a unity that develops through crisis. If everything goes normal, well, the European Union becomes boring, normal. The peoples of Europe treat it as a normal state of affairs. It's obviously normal that you can travel from Lisbon to Tallinn in Estonia without even being asked for ID card. Normal. Or is it normal that you can relatively easily, establish an enterprise in another country in this global regional financial and economic area? No, it is not. But the people think it's normal because they live there, and the young generations have been born there. So suddenly the flock of black swans appeared and destabilized the situation around Europe and in Europe. What was the reaction on the war? Is the reaction of the European Union? Well, the first sign was that we have abandoned the view of the world as a benign, serene, free of conflicts area. as a matter of fact, the Europeans flourish in a world that is rules-based, that is peaceful, that is predictable, and it stopped being so. So the first reaction was a declaration that we Europeans will start building something which we called open strategic autonomy. Open strategic autonomy of 27 countries is not obvious, and it's hard to swallow for some idealists, or was hard to swallow for some idealistically minded people in the European Union. But what it means is that we have to define what are our friends. Well, first, what are our interests? What are our friends? What are our rivals? And possibly enemies. Well, it means, however, that we'll be ready to introduce some protectionist measures if necessary. And if you look at the trade flows, Europe is a big trading area. Probably it's the biggest strength of European Union. It's the common market. We are a major importer from China and major exporter to the rest of the world. Suddenly, it broke down. So, protectionist measures, very modest by global standards, is something you should expect. Second thing, we'll start looking for other trade partnerships. We have been negotiating a free trade area with Mercosur countries, Latin America, for the last 30 years, I think. Suddenly, as a miracle, we came to a conclusion of negotiations, and we ratified the treaty. Well, courtesy of Donald Trump, of course. One day, probably will award a prize of Charlemagne to President of the USA for strengthening the European Union. But from this point of view, also, there is an open question. How will the relationship between the EU and China unfold? This is something I leave with a question mark for our further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Marek. Thank you for you share your insights from the perspective of the EU about the last 2 decades in evolution of international trade system. Now it's 10 to 9 Li. Yeah, 6 minutes, please.
Thank you. Well, I'm not from Europe, but I lived in Europe for quite a long time, right? So Helsinki, then Geneva. So I fully understand what you are referring to. And I indeed traveled from Helsinki to Tallinn without ID. And then I was actually at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Finland when they first joined NATO. So I sensed this change over these last few years. But I'm from the UN, so I have to talk about global and developing countries as our key constituencies, and how these recent trends are affecting trade and investment in developing countries. And our team has prepared a presentation. Can we put it on? Thank you. So the title is International Investment in a Turbulent Era. That really speaks to the topic of the day, right? And we discussed that since 3 of other panelists will focus more on trade, I will speak more from investment perspective. But let me bring a long-term perspective. Ever since the financial crisis, global GDP has been growing at 3 to 5% per year, and global trade has been growing anywhere between 3 to 8%. However, FDI, international investment, has been stagnating. And this largely is due to the whole geopolitical fragmentation and recent turbulent era where it's featured by more consideration on national security, supply chain resilience, technology competition. So I want to briefly talk about these topics without stating the obvious, since this was discussed in depth by a few panelists already. Let me talk about the impact actually on trade, right? Luckily, I think the global trade system is still resilient, right? We still see 3/4 of global trade being governed under WTO rule. And even last year, with so many policy uncertainties, global trade is still growing. And in particular, South-South trade is growing at 8%, right? So it's a good sign. It's not, there's still silver lining to the gloomy picture, that's why I see it. On the investment side, it's more challenging. I'll show you some pictures. But we already know the SDG is very much off track, and the global investment is facing a lot of challenges. If I can show you some numbers briefly, you will see that investment in key sustainable development sectors, anywhere from water, sanitation, to health infrastructure, are all dropping tremendously, right? But there are also growing areas. In semiconductors, digital economy, we are seeing very fast growth. However, this growth is highly uneven and highly concentrated. The AI growth, data center, this year we've seen double-digit number growth, right? But if you look at the top 18 of them are just from China and US, right? So the rest of the global companies are not in this not able to compete at that level, at scale and the speed that China and US is investing. And in the global digital economy investment, 80% of investment goes to just 10 countries. So where does this leave to the other 100-some countries, right? And this will cause long-term development challenges and again, make the global unbalanced structure even worse. This year, we did an in-depth analysis. The numbers I quoted earlier was from our World Investment Report 2025. And this is our new number, which will be released on June 18th this year. But I want to share some with you already. We did this competition analysis of the 5 strategic sectors, right? AI, semiconductor, critical mineral, which is very important now. Critical mineral now is essential for both digital and green transformation. So this is really highly on the policy agenda, right? And energy transition technology and other advanced technologies. We've seen the growth really so fast. In the last 5 years, their growth occupied almost half of the new growth in global international investment, right? Again, this shows a concentration effect. However, manufacturing investment is decreasing in the meantime, right? As we are, of course, digitizing trade, more services is growing faster. The manufacturing, traditional manufacturing is getting slower. How could developing countries benefit? I will not talk too much about the policy side, but I do want to call your attention that the investment policy making is becoming very active. And this is captured by restrictive policies across the board, right? And in these restrictive policies, if I can unpack to you more, let's look at industrial policy. We're seeing a resurgence of industrial policy across US, EU, China, and global developing countries. However, China, US, EU account for majority of the global subsidies. So and while developing countries, mostly of them struggling with debt, we still need to remind ourselves that there are 3.3 billion people who live in countries who need to pay more to service their debt than actually pay for their, than actually invest in their sustainable development goals. So these are tremendous challenges. So, and this competition in subsidies, industrial policies are making the competition very challenging for developing countries, right? I will not go through details, but just to tell you that the national security is also becoming a hot topic, right? In our online database. By the way, our website is a treasure. If you want anything on investment policy, investment data, the latest situation on the Strait of Hormuz, go to our ontat.org. It has all these data and info, policy database online. You can see the evolvement of these trends, right? And the national security concern is growing and widening, right? From the defense-based security concern now to the broader resilience, supply chain risks, all these come into consideration. And that has implications for investment. That's why there's more increased screening for Chinese investment going to EU, going to US, right? We've seen a lot of these trends happening. The merger and acquisition is no longer that easy. So our advocacy, putting forward for the G20, is for global community to take a proportionate approach to balance the openness with the national security concern. And let me end here. I think we have more questions to discuss.
Yeah, thank you, Nan, for sharing your insights on the international investment in a year of turbulence. Next, Marshall, 6 minutes.
大家下午好. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm also going to share the perspective of a global organization focusing on global trends in trade and trade policy challenges. As the previous speaker noted, global trade remained remarkably robust last year in the face of historic trade policy shocks. The tailwinds from a brisk expansion of technology-related exports offset the impact of these trade policy shocks. The technology-related exports benefited particularly Asian economies, including China, as the main exporters of equipment for AI-related and other digital technologies. At the same time, global supply chains and trading relations rapidly rewired in response to the shocks. As our managing director, Kristina Georgieva, has said, trade flows like water around obstacles like tariffs that have been placed in its way. This effect is a testament to the adaptability of the private sector. U.S. imports from China dropped sharply, but imports from other sources rose, offsetting it. On the other side of the equation, Chinese exports were reoriented from the U.S. to other Asian economies and to some degree to Europe. And China achieved record surplus in goods trade last year, despite all the events going on. At the same time, there are also persistent headwinds to global trade, headwinds and risks, often of a longer-term nature. The IMF expects global trade to slow this year, and in fact, to be slower than global growth overall, which is unusual, as you noted. And this is due to the ongoing trade policy shifts, persistent uncertainty, and the war in the Middle East. While trade policy uncertainty has fallen from its peaks last year, it still remains considerably higher than it was before last year. On top of this, and a number of speakers have referred to this, growing fragmentation can also impose a significant longer-term cost. This fragmentation is visible, as we've seen already, in trade, FDI, and financial flows. The global output loss in a severe fragmentation scenario can be substantial, with emerging and developing economies being most affected. Our estimates of long-term GDP losses for the global economy range from 0.3 up to 7% over the next 10 years. So what can policymakers do about these headwinds and risks to growth in both trade and global output? We at the IMF continue to emphasize that a predictable and transparent trading system is critical for growth and stability in the global economy. Pragmatic international cooperation is essential to reduce trade tensions, create new market opening opportunities, and strengthen rules in areas like industrial policy that you mentioned earlier. in line with what some of the previous speakers this morning said, including Nouriel Roubini, we believe that furthering regional integration can help insulate economies, particularly in Asia, from global policy shocks. Initiatives like the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership can help deepen cooperation, not only in the trade of goods, but also in services, the digital economy, which was mentioned this morning, and in regulatory harmonization. Let me just close quickly with a couple of topical subjects. First, services, which I mentioned, and second, global imbalances. We see services in particular as a sector where there is much untapped potential for beneficial growth in trade. The growth in trade and services has outstripped that of goods over the past few decades. And now, with technology, geography is becoming less and less of a barrier to this trade. And then on global imbalances, we believe that actions aimed at reducing domestic distortions and domestic imbalances through changes in fiscal, structural, and industrial policies can simultaneously narrow external imbalances while also enhancing global output. We urge countries to cooperate and take coordinated actions to restore the stability in international economic relations. Thank you.
Thank you, Marshall. Thank you for sharing your views from the perspective of IMF on evolution of trade policy change. The last one, Jiandong, please, 6 minutes.
Thank you. So I will talk about it from the academic perspective. So it's more the academic research. So the question will be what future global trade system look like? So it has been 80 years after World War II. We have the GATT and then go to the WTO, which we are familiar with. It's a so-called rule-based multilateral trade system. It looks to me the future trade system, it's going to be a blocks. So it's we call kind of a tripart blocks. So it is the blocks is forming right now. So you clearly now there will be a US blocks, there will be a China blocks, and then suppose there should be a EU blocks. But the problem is, suppose there is a EU blocks, which country or how in the EU would lead the third blocks? So that it's a problem. So that's let me first of all try to explain. So it looks like right now this trade system is going to a tripart system right now. That's me the first. Second of all, let me explain why. Why do we observe that? The reason we have this WTO system 80 years ago is a so-called comparative advantage. Constant return to scale, comparative advantage, which basically says the small countries and the bigger countries have the similar interest in the global trade rules. Recently, in the past 10 years, or recently, or particularly in AI age, we observe so-called very strong scale economies, sectorial scale economies. The larger the economy, the more productive the economy, more powerful the economy. Once we enter this age, you observe these large scale economies, then all countries are equally treated. The system like the WTO will no longer serve no longer consistent with these large scale economies. So naturally you go to the blocks. So that's why we observe these blocks. This is the reason. Second, why we observe. Third, what will be these blocks, the relationship between these blocks with this WTO, with this current system? I would think we will, in the future, we observe these two layers, this trade system. The first layer is still WTO, but the WTO will just handle the big issues among these blocks. And then blocks will handle some kind of semi-internal trade issues. That would be kind of looks like. Then the question immediately asked, if China is going to lead our blocks, what China will do? I think currently it looks like as long as there is a US-China competitions, then inevitably both the US and China will lead a bloc. Otherwise, because the scale economies. So then it looks to me that China will just borrow WTO rules. Let's say China build up a blocks. Within these China blocks, just apply WTO rules, let's say zero tariffs. However, against outside the blocks, which will be similar to like the free trade agreements or the common customer unions against the US blocks. We observe very positive first step between these two blocks, US blocks and China blocks, which is just happened last week. The President Xi Jinping and the President Trump agreed to build up this so-called trade committee or investment committee to build up this constructive, strategic stability relationship, and even agreed to start to reduce tariffs between these two leading countries. So I think even we have these blocks, the future may not be that bad. We may see a stable two layers of the trade system, which may workable and also provide a kind of a stable trade relationship. Let me just stop here. Yeah, let me just stop here. It's academic research.
Thank you. Very ambitious academic view. Then we four speakers just give us some insights from various perspectives. It could help us to enhance understanding on the evolution of international trade and investment system. Now let's move to the roundtable discussion. The first question to Marek. As we know, under the wave of anti-globalization, just as Marshall mentioned, fragmentation, it's expected China and the EU could strengthen economic and trade cooperation and jointly safeguard the free trade and the multilateral trade system. Then I would ask you, what do you think about the prospect of China-EU economic and trade relations? Which areas are partners for both sides? Which areas are rivals for both sides?
Well, it's a key question for us in Europe. Well, first, we have to look at the present state of affairs. European Union is a massive importer from China, and it will probably remain like this. But China should understand that Europe cannot stand any size of imports from China which will undermine the European economy. Well, everybody agrees in the world that the trade is now not so much about let's say, volumes, but it's about quality. It's about technology. So Chinese and Europeans should look at the future of our relationship in this realm, in this sector of higher technologies. As a matter of fact, a good example, I'm sure that Chinese strategists look at it with a lot of attention, concerns Germany, still the biggest and most important country of the European Union. The business model of Germany broke down, basically. Well, we have to look at it with proportion, but because this is still a powerful economy, and most countries in the world should be envy of the German union. But still, the business model of this country, and many smaller European countries are linked to this, was the following. We were purchasing raw materials in Russia, and we were purchasing and we were selling high technology products all over the world, to China included. This broke down. So this is something to ponder for the Chinese strategists. Is there an opportunity for you to team with Europeans who are still at the top of technology frontier, even if our systems are different? The Europeans have invested too much in social policy, and the Chinese have invested too little in social policy. We are big savers, as you are. We are exporting capital. You are exporting goods. Well, let's look at it from a macroeconomic global point of view. How can we synergize here? But obviously, this would be beneficial for us, but this would be also beneficial for Chinese to team up with Europe in forms and sectors when this is in our common interest. So this would be my answer, if not fully satisfactory.
Thank you. Next question is to Li Nan. Last year, when you attend Global Finance Forum, you just mentioned that the stable economic and trade interaction between China and the United States is a valuable vein for global investment. As you know, last week, US President Donald Trump paid a state visit to China in 9 years. Yeah. And before his visit, China and the United States had the 8th round of economic and trade consultations in South Korea, and achieved a series of preliminary results. One of them is that the two sides agreed to establish a trade council and an investment council. Then, how would you evaluate this initial result?
Thank you. To answer this question, let me pull the time lock back for a year. Exactly this time last year, we were really worried, right? So when this reciprocal tariff were announced, and you see this escalation on both sides, Actually, at that time, our Secretary General, Rebecca Greenspan, put out we did a research and a statement, actually. The research is about how it impacts the least developed countries, how its impact SIDS, small island development countries, right? It is the smaller ones that are being affected most. So we put out the advocacy to call for cooperation between those two major powers. And then, shortly in Geneva, US and China had the first round of negotiation, right, where they created a roadmap. And then immediately after that, my Secretary General again put out a statement to welcome this stance, to really look into a way to resolve these issues and then to, in the mind of creating better global commons, right? So now, a year later, after several rounds of discussions and negotiations, we're really glad to see there's some initial agreements on this topic, and particularly with the institutionalized mechanism, right, with these two councils. This will be important. It's not really ad hoc, when do we have the next round, right? It's more institutionalized, and then this will pave a way for the future negotiation, right? Because we know, I mean, we did a lot of analysis, IMF did that too, is that when this tariff escalates, the cost of doing business is so high. And it's not just about the tariff, the high tariff, it's about the uncertainty, right? The investors all need predictable, transparent environment. When you have this whole volatility, you don't know your cost structure, your market entry, who your customers could be, it will be difficult to invest. So there's a whole delay of investment decisions globally since the tariff uncertainty. That's why we call it turbulent era, right? So again, this is all positive development we're hearing. Of course, this is just the beginning. We see it's real important to see how it's being implemented. Implementation matters, right? We really want to see how these commitments turn into concrete measures to help create more access to markets, to help pave ways for investment into each other and into global key sustainable development sectors. We need more collaboration between the two countries for the global commons. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The next question is for Marshall. As you mentioned during your presentation, there is a lot of untapped potential for growth in trade of service for China. Why do you think?
Thank you, and I want to appreciate the previous response from Nan. I think it's very important for smaller economies that there is a predictable and transparent trading system. With respect to trade and services, I think this is an area of great untapped potential, particularly for China. I'm going to give 4 reasons that draw on some research that we did in 2023 in our annual report on China. First, China's services sector is relatively small compared to countries of similar income levels. Second, productivity in services is rising rapidly, which goes counter to many assumptions that service sector productivity growth is slower than industry. And third, these productivity gains come from a high rate of innovation in China, which leads to growth. And that's being offset by a low efficiency in the allocation of resources in China. And this, in the 4th point, this is where trade can help China. Opening up trade and services can improve the efficiency of the allocation of resources. We find that across countries and across sectors, allocative efficiency tends to be higher when trade openness is greater, as well as when internal market barriers are lower, and this speaks to the Chinese authorities' focus on a unified national market. We also see that according to OECD data, China maintains relatively high restrictions to trade and services compared to OECD countries, even though it's been improving over the last 10 years. So further progress would promote the allocative efficiency, which is lacking there.
I want to follow up next question. As you know, China has been experiencing persistent trade deficit in service. If China try to develop trade in service, what do you expect trade balance in service for China in the future?
I'm going to push back on the question and say it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter?
It doesn't. For what I said, for the improvement in the efficiency, whether that account is in deficit or surplus, the benefits in terms of productivity gains would still be there. We think that greater two-way trade in services would lead to benefits in terms of productivity gains, also benefit consumers. So it doesn't matter.
Thank you.
But now, as you point out, China has a deficit in increasing trade. Probably initially would involve an increase in the size of that deficit. But that's not a problem.
Yeah. Thank you for your answer. Jiandong, as you mentioned, there will be 3 blocks of trade, from academic view. In what direction do you think the international trade system will develop?
Yeah, so as Lina actually mentioned that, so people agree right now the most important thing is trade uncertainty. The uncertainty really killed this international business. So what China, so from the academic point of view, what China should do is to create a certainty. Whatever certainty will be, that will be better than uncertainty. Yeah. So I would think so China should move further to make it clear what the China bloc look like. Number one, as long as you join the China bloc, there will be tariff-free. So it's kind of free trade agreements look like. So it's within the bloc will be tariff-free, number one. Number two, right now we actually consider the besides tariff, it's export control. This particularly the Marak talked about this technology trade. So the U.S. would impose restrictions on technology trade. China also imposed this rare earth trade. I would think this kind of export control will exist for long, because you need a resilience of the local value chain. Then you need some protections there. So within China blocks, as long as they join in China blocks, there will be no export control. China will make sure secure these rare earths or other the intermediate parts or technology of the trade exports. So that will be the second one. Third one is interesting. Interesting whether within blocks would have the same external tariffs against the US or against other countries, whether they will have the same export control policies. I'm not sure, which I'm not sure. But it looks like that it's going in that directions. So then, which I kind of call these so-called coexistence, but it's a competitive coexistence. How bad this system look like, or how good this system look like, I think it may turns out this system is pretty good. The reason, because small countries can choose. For example, Vietnam can choose, say, joining US blocks, or joining China blocks, or joining EU blocks, right? As long as so they see which bloc would give the Vietnam the favorite policies. So because these small countries can choose, can vote with the food, so then that's kind of a competitive policy. It turns out it may not that bad. So that's what I kind of thinking or suggesting. So the key, I strongly promote the key is try to have stability, remove this uncertainty for this global trade system, whatever it look like. So that would be my comments on this.
Yeah, thank you. Because we still have many time, so I would like to create some debate between you guys.
Sure.
Yeah, as Chengdu mentioned, in the future there will be 3 trade blocks. Yeah, but as Marshall mentioned, there are huge potential costs created by fragmentation. It seems you have different views on the future. So, Marshall, would you please?
So as I also mentioned that we support deeper regional integration. The challenge is to maintain open regionalism that's not exclusionary. And in particular, many of the costs from fragmentation come from a complete prohibition in the movement of certain goods and services across regional arrangements. So in this case, there is a difference between having a somewhat different tariff level versus absolute prohibition or prohibitive tariffs. So I would argue you can reconcile the two and avoid severe fragmentation.
Yeah, Marek, what's?
I would just ask a small, modest question to Professor Zhu. Which bloc would Japan, Korea, and India join?
Very interesting question. So based on our calculations, we do have a model. We do have a model. The US blocs include EU and India. So basically, it's about 2.5 billion people each block. So then these 3 blocks would occupy most of the populations in the world. So US, EU, and India, it's a block. And China, Asian, and Brazil, it's a block. And then the 3rd block will be rest of the world. So it's kind of a WTO minus China, minus US, and then the rest of the world. And then Japan is kind of switching. Japan either choose China or US. This is only from the economic perspective. I certainly understand the security will be a big issue, and the capital market will be a big issue. But then, so what's the alternative? My question is, what would be the alternative? It looked to me go back to the super globalizations, and you would have rule-based WTO, the IMF, and the World Bank, and then all countries go to the free trade. That direction is already sustained. So then, what I'm talking about, it's kind of look like the practical directions currently we have. But the worst thing I would think is during transaction. What we observe is currently is a transaction similar to 100 years ago. But the worst thing is during transaction, there will be not peaceful transaction, particularly the military conflicts would escalate, and then that would be the disaster. So as long as we can maintain a stable, peaceful transaction to a new system, I would think that would be okay the transaction. Yeah.
One thing is to talk about potential trade blocs or trade and political blocs in some future. The other thing is to try to pick now who will join whom and when and why, because we cannot predict the election in Brazil, for example. what happens if a Jair Bolsonaro-like leader wins in Brazil? He will immediately team up with Donald Trump. I'm not saying that it will happen, but it could. I mean, the whole discussion about which country is a potential candidate to which bloc is not very reasonable.
Okay. Yeah. Do you have any comment?
I think I totally second the view of Mr. Pickup, right? So it's important to really, of course, we are seeing a proliferation of bilateral trading agreements, but we're seeing also a lot of regional cooperation frameworks, right? So these regional cooperation frameworks are very important. A week ago, I was just in Oxford with a group of CEO of export credit agencies, one of them from Canada, right? So they are facing, of course, also a lot of challenges right now to see, exactly speaking to the point, what you just mentioned about the political change. But what they are doing practically is to really, what we call this multi-alignment, right? So you do business with all sides and then trying, particularly for the middle powers, which I think Mark Carney made a very important speech at Davos about, is that for more united powers to come together and then to really look at how we can strengthen global cooperation, still uphold the WTO rule. Even for China's position, that's still, I mean, if you listen to the Ministry of Commerce, each time we're still advocating for a global trading system not continue to be damaged by this fragmentation, because that will increase everyone's costs.
Yeah, quick response.
I kind of try to emphasize the key words as the competition, the competitive coexistence. So then you only if you have the similar size of the economy, then these economies will be able to compete. Because of this strong scale economy. So let me just rule out two extremes. The first extreme, you would have a hegemony, dominate the entire world. It is possible because in this AI age, as Elon Musk said, then several people would create, let's say, 70 billion robots, then they rule the entire world. That would be a disaster. So this is one extreme. You would have a hegemony, and then you would have a very small group of people to dominate the entire world. That's the really extreme point. And then another extreme, it's kind of this, all countries are equal, and then you have these completely these multilateral systems. I think that system is also gone. So what we really observe it's something in the middle. So it may be not 3 blocks, maybe 5 or 4 blocks, but then the key is you have this stability relationship between blocks. You really have the rules among these blocks, and then these countries can compete to choose joining which blocks. So as long as there are competitions, I think these small countries can still have okay situations in the system. So that's my argument.
Yeah. It's a very wonderful discussion, debate. Yeah, let's move on to the second round of discussion. Let me start from Masha. During your presentation, we are hearing a lot about global imbalances. Why should we care so much about them?
Thank you for the question. It gets back to the bread and butter of the IMF, so it's a central question. Why do we care? Well, first, global imbalances have been widening recently after having declined steadily for a decade. So that's cause for concern. Second, sustained excessive imbalances, not that everyone should have a zero current account balance, but excessive imbalances can pose risks to both surplus countries and deficit countries in terms of trade tensions, market volatility and even productivity domestically. So these are major concerns if this continues. Third, I would say that, and this is important, there was a question this morning which implied the contrary. Taking actions to correct domestic imbalances could actually help reduce global imbalances. And we believe this is true in a number of major economies in the world, including China. And we also note that trade restrictions can play only a limited role in correcting imbalances, but they can worsen output. We recently published a study on understanding global imbalances, and it presents a framework for understanding how traditional macroeconomic policies, fiscal, monetary, as well as trade and industrial policies can influence current account positions. And they do that by altering savings and investment decisions. So the global imbalances are as much a macroeconomic issue as they are a trade issue. And we believe that the right macroeconomic policies can address both global imbalances and domestic imbalances.
Yeah, thank you. I have a second question for Marek. Yeah, as you know, during Donald Trump's visit to China, it confirmed a new positioning of China-US constructive, strategic, and stable relations. What do you think is the implication to the world from perspective of EU?
Well, first, from our point of view, from the point of view of the European Union, this is something to welcome. I mean, a trade war between the US and China makes Europe not a loser, but a battlefield, which is much worse than a loser. So, of course, we are hopeful that both the immediate results, like increasing purchase of soya in America by China, or the institutional arrangements that were put in place, will bring about, as it is called, stable relations. This is something, well, it can outlive the current, let's say, US administration. It can bring, well, I'm saying this because the current president is sort of mercurial, and you cannot be sure what happens next week. But if these institutions get rooted and keep working, it may be a good vehicle for the US-China relationship, and by definition, it is good for the global trade and the global situation.
Thank you. My next question for Linan. Recently, practically, as we know, SDG is a major task for UN development. What do you think the impact will have on the global green transition?
Thank you. I think this was actually raised last night, right, for Mr. Zhou Xiaochuan, right? So he briefly answered it. But before I answer that specifically on energy transition, I want to talk about the bigger impact, right? After the crisis started, our organization already put out 2 research on the impact. And after that, we actually created a live dashboard on our website. Again, it's onted.org. You can check the live tracking of the shipping, trade numbers, and also other indicators. Because it's not just trade and shipping, it's also energy and also food prices, because the fertilizer, right? And we rely a lot on these supplies, and it has really huge impact on the developing countries. And let me give you a live example. I was just in Seychelles a month ago, right? There to help the country develop the energy transition investment plan. And then we look at the options, right? So they are totally, as a small island state, totally reliant, 95% reliant on diesel, right? And now it's such a high price and challenge for them. So the country actually needs to speed up energy transition. So I think in the short term, we will have a lot of challenges in terms of energy transition, because some countries may have to go back to coal, right, coal plants, because they are in such short energy supply right now. So energy security is of the paramount importance right now. And then we're looking at energy transition more from a long-term perspective. This is maybe also an opportunity, a window for speeding up energy transition, because now we realize the fossil-based economy is vulnerable, because we are then vulnerable to these disruptions, shocks, to these global choke points, right, when these crises happen. So the sooner we can deploy domestic energy supplies, diversified systems, smart energy systems, the safer we are. So it is from energy security and also green development agenda. But we're seeing, of course, these dual challenges coming together at this moment. And in terms of the crisis, we're really following it closely. Of course, the UN has established a task force, Strait of Hormuz task force, also being close mediation and also talking to all the regional powers. And for me personally, this is also affecting my life on a daily basis, because this year, I was so happy at Davos when we announced with Qatar that we're going to do our World Investment Forum, the UN's World Investment Forum in Doha on October 25th to 27th, right, where we can continue to discuss and debate these trade issues, investment, thinking about future. But now it's all become uncertain. So we really hope that the peace sustains and we could have a space to look at how we invest for shared future. Thank you.
Thank you, Nan. Jiandong, I have a question for you. How should China respond to the restructuring of the international economic and the trade system?
This go back to your question, this global imbalance. So it's really focus of the globally. Let's say though China, these exports grow very fast. So people kind of think there are several reasons why we observe this global imbalance. So one is just productivity, because scale economies. As I mentioned, China has a larger scale, so these new energy sectors, EVs, this productivity just pretty high. That's the one reasons. The secondary reasons, people actually they didn't mention that. It's kind of the global imbalance. Global imbalance, so we see the manufacturer. We also see global imbalance in the international monetary system. This emphasized by the Trump and his administration team, why the manufacturer sector in US is weak, because dollar is too strong. So then this rebalance the global systems. I think there will be two sides. So one, it's kind of a trade system, so which we see, this is the people talking about this China exports too much, a lot, being there will be excess supply, excess capacity. However, there will be another side, this global imbalance in international monetary system. So then the question is, when we talk about this re-architecture of global trade system, it needs to be done together with re-architecture of international monetary system and the international investment system. these two things will go together. Financial sectors and manufacturing sectors go together. If these two sectors are not going together, then it will put too much pressure on either trade side or too much pressure on financial systems. Let's say we already are discussing bubbles in the Wall Street. There's too much increase in the stock market, in the AI systems. So I think currently when we start to discussing this global imbalance, we should combine these two things together. So what we really see last week's discussions, I think it's very healthy first step. Then I would kind of expect to see more discussions between China and the EU. China and EU could join together to work on the investment and the booming for this new industrialization. I mean, we would also need to discuss this rebalance within the international monetary system and in the global financial sectors, and try to avoid these too much pressures on this financial system. So let me summarize. If we really care about this global imbalance, we need to move on systematically and comprehensively. It's not just trade is imbalance. International financial sector is also imbalance. These two things need to go together. Let me just...
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I still, we still have time. Just a follow-up question for Nan. During your presentation, you mentioned about the industrial policy. What's the implication to international investment? Good or bad things?
Let me also speak to Dr. Zhi's point a bit on the imbalances. Right now, let me share with you some numbers, right? So globally, right, the trade between South-South trade and South-South investment account for about 50%, right, roughly. But finance only accounts for 25%. So I think the Global South has a long way to catch up in developing also the financial market to grow capital market to offer. We have actually a special report on the financialization of trade. I think it's worth reading maybe for this debate. It's a long report. I'm going to talk too much about it, but I think really points out to also the imbalance on the financial market. I think there's much to do. So I think this forum and Tsinghua role is important in helping China and also Global South in developing more sophisticated financial products and financial markets. And then on the investment policies, this has huge implications, right? I was just in Panama last week debating with a group of investment promotion agencies. So how do they work with these investment policies right now? Because what type of measures should they adopt to balance the openness and also protect their own national interests, right? We've seen on the critical minerals example, I think you mentioned that if we look at Indonesia's example, this is where also trade and investment interaction coming very importantly, right? Trade policy for developing countries where they are exporting all the raw materials of critical minerals. Now it's their chance to also move up the value chain and to attract investment. So I think we need to look at the integration of trade and policy as a whole. And on the investment policy side, implications for multinational corporations, right? So clearly, we're seeing stricter investment screening policies. We're seeing there's more measures on the entry restrictions in many countries, right? So the time it takes to go through those screenings will take longer. And sometimes you don't know the result, even after a long time. So we are encouraging all countries to have more transparent systems and predictable rules, right? so that we can promote more global investment cooperation as we're entering this more turbulent and fragmented world.
Thank you. Let's stop the roundtable discussion. Next, we will move on to the QA session. If anyone in the audience has a question, please raise your hand. Just two person, one question. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Sim from Malaysia. I'm Deputy Minister for Investment, Trade and Industry. So I'm fascinated by all the discussion here. I think I have one comment and one question. The comment is about the tendency looking into blocks, like American blocks, the Europe blocks, or China block. I think the world is more complex and multilateralism still very alive. We have multilateral trading system like RCEP or CPTPP, or all kinds of multilateral trading system. And for countries like Malaysia, Southeast Asia, if you ask us, we want to trade with the best. We want to trade America with whatever the best from America. We want to trade with China with what the technology in green technology or renewable energy, EV cars, etc. So I think the world is more complex. I think we should look in the world in a more sophisticated way rather than looking into blocks, and that is to many countries in the world is not healthy. That's my comment. Number two, I want to ask the question to Mr. Berek, Mr. Belka, is that Europe is having trade imbalance with China. You import a lot from China, and there's a lot of trade deficit, I would believe. So this is a trade. This is similar to many countries in the world where we buy a lot from China. But it's very difficult to sell to China because China has all the manufacturing capacity, and they are continental in economy, and they produce literally everything. So how is Europe response to this kind of imbalances? How do you, in terms of policy and in terms of actions? Thank you.
Well, Europe is a net exporter, meaning that the imports from China are balanced out by exports to other parts of the world. That's it. But this is now in danger, of course, because of, well, as Marshall said, the imbalances are unsustainable in the long run. So, well, the discussion is, of course, about the high technology products being so traded between Europe and China, but let's grant it, the bulk of imports from China are consumer production, mass consumption products that reach the European market because of the lower cost. That's it. I mean, it's changing gradually from the past, but it's still the fact. So, well, of course, the attention of the public is caught by such products as, for example, the photovoltaic panels or the cars, which are more and more popular in Poland. And of course, the reaction of the European Commission was to raise tariffs on those products. I have mentioned this, that this strategic, open strategic autonomy that the Europeans preach, that the Europeans announce, means that some resort to to protectionist methods is possible. Also, well, Europe tries to impose some more sophisticated protectionist measures, like, for example, the so-called CBAM, which is the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which is, well, sometimes impractical and sometimes difficult to impose, but this is a measure this is a tax, basically, an import tax levied on products that the Europeans think are produced with higher glasshouse emissions, glasshouse gas emissions. Also, there is an idea of imposing a levy on all products reaching the common market. So, well, this is a reaction. This is a modern time reaction on imbalances, simply as it is.
And I also speak back to the Vice Minister of Malaysia. I think you reached a very good point. Multipolarity is a reality we're living now, but multilateralism is a choice. And how we collectively make our choice as policymakers is very important. And I forgot to mention, Malaysia is actually a very good example on investment policy making. Actually, we have a case study in our World Investment Report 2025 about Malaysia. And actually, Malaysia ranked #2 globally in receiving investment in data center, right? So it's also leading Asia. The joint special economic zone with Singapore, the kind of positioning, the policies, investment promotion measures, long-term vision, data governance, all speak as a package of investment policy. So I think it's a long topic, but I just want to highlight that Malaysia did very well in investment attraction, retention in Asia.
Thank you. One more question or comment? One more.
Well, I know that we are running out of time, so I will be very quick. First of all, you mentioned 3 blocks. Which countries will be given the right to choose the block, and which countries will be selected by those 3 blocks? And the very last remark to Yan Dong, if you could refer a few comments about some of your policies regarding Latin America, especially why the initiative of constructing an alternative to Panama Canal didn't work, and if you could refer a little bit to your failure in Venezuela. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a good question. I would think that China's trade policy is a very passive. So the 8 years ago, Mr. Trump launched these trade wars against China. So then China has to choose the retaliate. So it's really a reaction to the U.S. For China as a policy. So what our analysis is based on what U.S. has been doing. And then the big question is why the Trump choose to launch these tariff wars. Then the key answer is, say, reindustrialization. So U.S. wants, say, the needs to reindustrialize in order to maintain this strong power. So why it lose the industrialization, then again go back to my explanation, it's the scale economies. So you just need a scale economies. So here I perfectly understand, I perfectly support we should live in a multilateral system, and in China continually support a multilateral system. But then the question is whether US and the European Union would go in that way. I doubt that. Because the EU and the US all needed to protect their industries. Once the EU and the US protect their industries, then China has to respond. Then that's the reason what I call you will see 3 blocks. The good answer is, once you have a competitions among these blocks, then it's not that bad. So then just let me re-emphasize, it's not really China want to move these 3 blocks. It's China just react to that and then get the results. It's end up with the globalization we observed before, but it is no longer it's a road we move toward. That let me just get.
Thank you, Jiandong. Yeah, this session is running out of time. I have to stop here. And once again, I would like to thank all the speakers for their insightful remarks and the efficient and the lively discussion. Coming up next is the session titled Development Trends of Global Capital Markets. The session will be moderated by Hao Gao, Director of Research Center for Global Family Business, Tsinghua PBCSF. He is also the Associate Dean of the Institute of Philanthropy at Tsinghua University. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you very much. 我只能往里头加东西，早早就结束了。
各位同仁、女士们、先生们。
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome you to 2026 Global Financial Forum. Now we are going to talk about global capital market development trends. The global economy is undergoing significant structural adjustment, and geopolitical conflicts are increasing, and trade fragmentation are increasing, and the global economy are facing more uncertainties. At the same time, AI and other new technical innovation are reshaping global production methods and also the logic of capital market. New landscapes and new technologies are intertwined, bringing new drivers of growth for capital market and also for capital pricing and risk transmission and asset allocation logic have to be adjusted. We focus on capital market trends, focus on the risk and opportunities in this global changing landscape. And we will also talk about how can we improve global capital market governance. We will have 80 minutes divided into 2 parts. In the first part, we will invite the speakers to make keynote speeches. In the second round, we will have roundtable discussions. In this session, we have invited heavyweight speakers, 6 heavyweight speakers. I want to introduce you our heavyweight panelists, and I will invite the speakers to come to the stage to be seated. And they are Tan Congyan, Deputy DG, Department of International Affairs, CSRC; Zhang Xiaoyan, Associate Dean and Chair Professor, Tsinghua PBCSF; Zhang Xin, Chairman, Morgan Stanley Securities China; Miao Yanliang, Senior Managing Director, Chief Strategist, CICC; Louis Quigis, Chief
Jane Street Group. 掌声有请各位嘉。
We welcome all the panelists to come to the stage and be seated. And And we have invited all the panelists, and we will have keynote discussions, keynote speeches from the speaker. I hope that within the shortest time, you can elaborate with us your key insights. Each of you have 5 minutes. First, I want to give the floor to Tan Congyan, Deputy DG, Department of International Affairs, CSRC. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the invitation of the forum. I will talk about the global finance governance and how can we respond to capital market trends. President Xi Jinping put forward the global governance initiative. In the global capital markets are closely connected. No capital market can stand alone. In this perspective, global capital market financial governance is an important pillar of President Xi Jinping's initiative. And this governance should be problem-oriented. We have to discuss what are the problems faced by the global capital markets, which has been shared by many panelists previously. First, we are seeing technology reshaping financial landscape. We have discussed that AI are bringing efficiency enhancement and complexity uncertainty as well. And also, we are seeing non-economic factors which are having a big influence on pricing in the capital market. Second, global consensus are greatly impacted. As many have mentioned, unilateralism, trade protectionism are on the rise. And on many frontier topics, for example, for sustainable finance and digital finance, we have some disagreement. So consensus are shaking. Third, with emerging economies and emerging markets increasing in their scale, the global financial system are not matched with the current development landscape. How can we cope with those problems? How can we address them? At this time point, we need multilateral institutions to leverage their role and functions to gather consensus. In new emerging fields, how can we understand those fields are of critical importance? How can we find consensus? How can we generate aligned regulatory logic? Are challenges facing with between us, and we should enhance cross-border alignment. And there are many cross-border transactions which requires regulators to align their policies so as to address those problems. Thirdly, we need rule-making process based on consensus generated. Based on those frontier problems, we should further enhance global regulatory capacity building. Lastly, I want to mention here, in future, what's China's role in global financial governance? China's capital market is #2 in the world. We have the condition and the capacity to be deeply involved in global finance governance. China's securities regulators have done a lot. In the long run, CSRC are a standing member of IOSCO and are actively involved in rulemaking and are actively engaged in cross-border coordination and alignment. In future, we want to make a shift from a participant into a builder of the global financial governance system. And we are committed to promote high-level open up, a highly opened capital market will be the foundation for deeper involvement in the global capital market. And on key topics, we will increase our contributions and contribute Chinese wisdoms Thirdly, we will enhance multilateral and bilateral collaboration. We hope that we can join hands with you to promote global finance governance to be fairer, more just, and more inclusive. Thank you. Let's give a big applause to DJ Tam for your sharing about China's perspective. And thank you for laying a good, solid foundation for our future discussions. And now I want to give the floor Madam Zhang Xiaoyan, Associate Dean, Chair, Professor, Tsinghua PBCSF. I was a teacher, so that's why I prepared a PPT for 5 minutes. My topic is global asset allocation. DJ Cong have mentioned that China is the #2 capital market in the world. What's the view of global investors about China's capital market? So we have to talk about global asset allocation. I'll give you some data. Cross-border capital scale in 2025 exceeded $147 trillion and growing as well. In this process, many uncertainties exist. However, cross-border capital are still on the rise. That at the same time, concurrently, capital are making allocation. Now we look at the top 3 capital inflow countries. They are US, UK, and China. And the US are traditional asset attractor and with the high development of AI, while UK is also attracting a lot of asset because when US have a lot of uncertainty, UK can replace US. And the third asset capital attractor is China. China's advantage is very clear. And now we look at top 3 capital outflow country. Because of wars and because of inflation, that's why many capital flow out of those countries. After looking at the data, you want to understand the rationale. What are the logic of global capital allocation, asset allocation? First, profit seeking. Second, risk aversion. How to make money? You have to look at growth potential. The left chart shows you global investors' expectation about the highest growing sectors. They are technology, AI, energy. And on the right side, we talk about risk. What are the risks we are worrying most? First, uncertainties. That's why you know and help you to avoid the risk, reduce the risk. First, we look at the growth potential. Look at the Standard & Poor's 500 and also Shanghai Stock Index 300. We have many large, high-growing sectors. For example, digital sector, software, advanced material, clean energy, and also green technology, which enjoy high growth. Now we look at risk aversion, and we have diffused the risk in the market. And we look at the normal time and the bull and the bear market time of the stock market. In each occasion, China can provide low correlation as compared to US, so risk diffusion choice. China is a risk diffusion choice. We also do a small test. We have a normal time and bear market, capital market curves. In bear market, we have low return, high volatility, and high correlation. Now, if we compare China's A share with US stock market and developed and emerging markets, and if we make investment in China's treasury bond, in normal times, most of the money go to US, 20% goes to China's treasury bond. And in bear market, when we need to diffuse risk, and China's treasury bond can help you to resist the risk. So the right chart shows you when you consider all the factors and your return can increase significantly. Now I summarize. I stand here to show you that in the new investment landscape, global asset allocation have to consider Chinese market. Of course, U.S. market is significant. Secondly, asset allocation, you have to consider whether you are making allocation in a normal time or in bear market, because the logic of investing in these two markets are different. One is growth, one is risk aversion.
China has a lot of policy dividends across the country are promoting high quality, opening up since the window opportunity of the policy dividend. Thank you. Thank you for mapping the blueprint of market across the world and clarifying its development dynamics. Very inspiring. So we've listened to government elite and also academic elite. Now we'd like to invite an industry executive, Shane Zhang, chairman of Morgan Stanley Securities, please. It's my great honor to speak after Director General Cong Yan and Professor Xiao Yan. They have mapped out a grand framework in which I can discuss some micro issues. Across the global market, we see two sides. Microeconomic risks are accelerating from geopolitical tensions, tariff, and energy shortage because of the war, and thereafter inflation and the shortage in energy supply. We come to assess the different scenarios. Uncertainties are mounting up. On the other side, however, we see in major areas, just because we need to adapt to macroeconomic uncertainties, we see positive resilience improved in individual industries, thus bringing opportunities for investors, which is a positive note. Of course, AI and AI-related infrastructure have enjoyed a boom in the past 2 quarters. Last year, we were discussing and kind of concerned of the potential bubble burst of the AI industries. But coming to this year, we see AI companies and related companies has increased the income of its employees, has better control of its cost, is more cost-effective, and generating bigger profits. All these tangible results have reboosted the confidence in the productivity upward trend in the medium to long term. Be it in US, in China, or in many other markets, AI and AI infrastructure-related investment may bring about more opportunities of investment. And it was very because of the energy security concern. Energy is more strategized. In the short term, Asia's dependence on energy might be higher than many other continents. However, the other side of the story is that Asian governments are more motivated to strategize energy security. Though in the short term, the price spike and the limitation in energy supply have hamstrung economic sectors. However, among these challenges, we do see the rise of many companies in energy storage, in energy transition, solutions, and in electricity transmission. They are innovating and bringing opportunities. Economic security is a widely discussed issue in the previous panel. Supply chain reshaping and investment in supply chain do see new opportunities. Against this backdrop, on one hand, we recognize a higher dependency on energy supply by Asian countries. Meanwhile, Asia countries, in particular China, in the next few years will be driven by investment and manufacturing industry, and that will be a super cycle boom enjoyed by Asian countries. We are very positive on manufacturing, materials, supply chain companies, and AI industry-related investment opportunities. In the current energy market, though many uncertainties because of the energy shortage, what we get at the same time is the resilience of Chinese supply chain. Across the total global market, China's share will continue to increase no matter how the global pie grows, which might be hampered by domestic implications. The industry resilience enjoyed by China will soon make its competitive edge more sharper. AI is an important topic, and China and the US have different AI advantages. Recently, Morgan Stanley published a study research. We believe in reasoning by the large language model. We believe for similar reasoning capacity, China's reasoning tool is only 15 to 20% of the US cost. Thus, we are quite positive in the future GDP increase and overall economic growth driven by AI in China. And because of all these above-mentioned factors, though we believe consumption is rather sluggish compared with other sectors, and China does see certain signals of deflation. But if we look at high-end manufacturing, upstream materials, industrial chain, and AI-related industries, we see quite a positive resilience. That's why the international investors are chasing China market. We've just provided a 5 billion RMB finance for CATL. And for even some inactive long-term investment from China, Hong Kong, and Australia. Now they have turned from negative to positive, and their investment has attracted long-term investment from Europe. The Chinese opportunities have attracted the financing provided by international investors and even those inactive and dormant. Macroeconomic uncertainties have brought new challenges for the Chinese businesses that are going global. Everybody has to consider the shifting and transformation of a pure export model to collaboration with local partners, mitigate risks while maintaining growth. And for investment banks like us, we need to be the bridge connecting Chinese businesses with the rest of the world market. At the same time, we must have a better design of risk mitigation tools and mechanisms. Though we are faced with macroeconomic uncertainties, if we look at investors and those of us in the investment banking, we do welcome all these opportunities. We are interested in global capital market opportunities. We need to understand the phenomena and the fundamental underlying reasons. As you have highlighted, the AI needs, which drive investment needs, energy sector, geopolitical tensions, economic security needs. Now you have boosted our confidence and have a better understanding of a future capital flow. Thank you, Shen Zhang. Now I'd like to give the floor to Miao Yanliang, Senior Managing Director from CICC. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It's my great honor to attend Tsinghua PBC Global Finance Forum again. I'm quite enlightened and inspired by the three panelists who sat before me. Yes, we are in an uncertain world. It seems that it's more and more difficult to make investment. I remember years ago when I made capital allocation, my boss told me growth, inflation, monetary policy. Just bear in mind the 3 points. That was around 15 years ago. But nowadays, I need to understand geopolitical tensions, climate change, trade frictions, AI, in cryptocurrency, oil supply shock. I need to do more homework. The world is changing not on a daily basis, but on a millisecond basis. We believe uncertainties are mounting, but the other side of the story is that uncertainties for investment are not mounting, rather they are decreasing, and the certainties are adding up. We tend to over-evaluate the event's impact within 1 year and under-evaluate its impact for the decade. Therefore, we need to seize opportunities in the mid to long term and be less anxious and have less anxiety. Now, narrative opportunities are as follows, and first is like other side, AI revolution, AI transformation. Last year, there was a lot about the hype cycle of AI. When I was taking the Bloomberg interview, I said AI is not a bubble because it increases productivity, and up till now, it doesn't use a lot of leverage capital. More of it is proprietary capital. And if you look at the PE and the valuation, it is still around 30 times compared with historical valuation. So it is not overvalued in an exaggerate way. Last year, I visited U.S. institutional investors. I asked them, AI revolution today, when compared with the 1990s tech internet and what is the timing? And they say it is more like the 1988 and the 1989. And last month I visited Wall Street. They told me it's more like the 1985 internet technology because we see growing computing need and the dispute and debate on who might win. It is not a zero-sum game. Towards the end, it might be all win. The win for China, for US, and for all other countries. The knowledge, adoption, and the scientific growth is in an invert S shape. From the smooth growth to an index of potential growth, the G point. And in the next decade, when we predict the mid to long-term growth, it will be the restructuring of the global monetary system, the supply chain system. Monetary system restructuring is usually lagging behind the changes in economy and trade and more far behind the geopolitical structure. Professor Zhang Xiaoyan has given a very convincing lecture. If we look at the global capital market, from the offshore financial center to UK to China and to the US. So from that lens, will the monetary system continue to restructure? And in this process, China is definitely a beneficiary. Four data speaking volume. First, the stock market capital 57% goes to the US capital market, 5% of the money goes to Japan's market, 3% to Germany, and 1.7% capital goes to US for proactively managed security fund. So in the restructuring of the global monetary system, the capital allocation will be more diversified and more capital will, for the proactively managed security funds, will flow from US back to China. Second, earlier this year, I published research. I believe in Asia market, for the first time, we will welcome a slowly growing bull market. We know it is rare in history. Why is that? Apart from the new restructuring of capital allocation and also the new economic development pattern represented by AI, and if you look at the Asia market index, real estate market-related industries are taking a smaller and smaller share, and AI and the overseas AI development are taking a bigger and bigger share. We also welcome new business forms. Security CSRC has done a lot of efforts to attract patient capital, including 30% of the insurance money must be allocated to equity. And if you look at dividends payout, we also see major difference. And for the freely flow market values, dividend payouts, last year's payout has exceeded that of the new incremental IPO. In financing and investment, the Asia market is making a greater balance. Therefore, I believe in the future we will see three changes. First, the AI revolutionary changes will land in US and China. Second, allocation will be flowing from US to capital flowing from US to China. And third, I do believe a slowly growing bull market in China. I remember economic Kan Dilong in 1955 has mentioned that entrepreneurship is the assessment against uncertainties, and I see as a financier and a financial professional, among uncertainties of the world, you are looking for certainty in investment. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Chief Economist from S&P Global Ratings, Mr. Luis Cuigis. We know S&P Global Ratings is renowned for accuracy in statistics and data study. Please, Luis, for your international horizon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and thanks everybody for inviting us to this important meeting. I have three very simple points that I want to make. I make them as an economist working in a financial firm. I work for the ratings side of S&P Global, which means that I work together with our rating analysts. I'm not a rating analyst myself, but we provide the framework and the forecast for them. One thing is that there is a growing body of evidence that international capital flows are becoming influenced by geopolitical considerations and national security concerns. We know it, everybody knows it. We've been saying it quite a few times today already as well. I personally think that there is not enough acknowledgement about the implications of this, the economic implications. We know from our economic history there is a second large body of empirical evidence how beneficial globalization has been for productivity and living standards. And so if you put that together, the more that we are going to move away from globalization and the more that we are going to use non-economic considerations to move capital across borders, we have to acknowledge, and we need to be more honest about the implications of that for how well this capital will be located, will be reallocated, how well it will be used, and how productive it will be. I think those of us who think that they are champions of globalization should take those who take measures moving away from it more accountable for those steps, because it's very easy to conclude, yeah, we're moving to a different world. I don't, as I said before, I don't think we sufficiently acknowledge the implications of this for productivity and living standards. Secondly, I wanted to make a point that resonates with what happened in the first session of today, where two of the speakers mentioned humility, that the fact that we need to be humble about making predictions. So often, every year, people are finding new paradigms. They think that the world is radically changing into a new direction. So often, actually, this is not materializing, and we called these changes too early. One of them I remember well. A year ago, we were all observing how in the US economic institutions were being eroded, many of us would say, and we worried, everybody in the financial sector was worried about the impact of that on the attractiveness of US assets. We saw the US dollar weaken, we saw many people making pronouncements about that, what it meant for them as buy-side operators shifting capital around. We are now a year further in time, and we observe that the fundamental strengths of the US in terms of its economy, its technological leadership, and the vibrancy and dynamism of its capital markets, these strengths have reasserted themselves. And I'm not saying that we don't worry anymore about institutions in the US, we do, but it looks like financial markets can forget about things that seemed to be very important a year ago, and we're all buying US assets. So humility, I really think that is a lesson that I took away from that first session. And the last point is very simple, an observation that I make working for a credit rating agency in Asia. In my observation, many Asian bond markets remain quite underdeveloped, and there are pretty good reasons for that. A lot of it comes down to policies that restrict and over-regulate these markets. So, for instance, when my colleagues operate in many markets in Asia, there are two scales. And the local scale, we all know what it means, we all know the concept of a AAA. You're a government or a company, you're a AAA or you're not. Unfortunately, in many Asian economies, including China, to be honest, a AAA means something quite different from what a AAA means in the US. And these differences in scale mean that for a global investor, it's really hard to make sense of what it means that this entity is a AAA or a double plus or whatever. So I think that the rating inflation in Asia and the fact that the scaling of credit quality is not the same as it is internationally is one of these aspects that is holding back the development of Asian bond markets and holding back their integration into global markets. So anything that can be done on the policy side to move in the direction of more convergence to international standards would be very helpful. These are my 3 points.
好，非常感谢哈。
Thank you. Thank you very much for your sharing. You have given us a lot of insights. I want to invite you to give big applause for your sharing. For the next speaker, I think there might be some hot discussions about Jane Street. So kind of the huge investment made by Jane Street, the most intelligent investor. Let's invite Edward Weiser, please, head of Asian operations, Jane Street Group.
First off, thank you to the organizers and my fellow panelists. It's an honor to be here. There's a lot of macro and policy folks up here, so I want to focus on something a little different, kind of what happens once an investment view is formed, and then how that actually translates into how it's expressed in the markets. So we usually discuss capital allocation in terms of macro outlook, policy direction, or investor conviction. All of this matters, but it's only half the picture. Between an investment view and an actual allocation sits market structure. So sort of the set of mechanisms that lets capital move efficiently from an idea to the execution. The most straightforward way to see why this matters is to ask, what does a well-functioning market actually do for investors? A good market does a few things at once. It provides depth, so investors can transact in size without excessive market impact. It supports transparent pricing so that they can assess value and manage risk. And it offers reliable channels of access, including across borders, so capital can move where investors want it to go. Let me give you a simple example. Suppose you have a strategy that you expect will beat your benchmark by, say, 2%. That sounds good. But then also suppose it costs 1% in sort of market impact, slippage, transaction fees to put the position on, and another 1% to take it off. In the end, you've done no better than just buying and holding the index. Your view was correct. All the kind of, all the studying that you did that went into your investment thesis was actually right. But the execution erased the value. So this is why kind of market structure and sort of being thoughtful on the way that you execute matters a lot. And a good market kind of allows you the ability to reduce this kind of friction and minimize your transaction costs. Another important feature, and one that I think is often underappreciated, is a diversity of participants. A market is much more stable when it brings together a variety of investors with different time horizons, different mandates, different risk appetites, because there will be times where one group of investor kind of steps back or sort of acts in a very similar way. And even when that happens, if you have a diverse investor base, the market continues to function well because there's a lot of other people still in there. So these features matter in all market conditions, but they become especially visible in periods of uncertainty, kind of when the market is stressed, when investors need not only to inform views, but to implement them under pressure. For an investor, investing is rarely just one step. The process is often first you form a view, which is a lot of what these conversations are about, but then you want to choose a vehicle, choose a venue, choose a time horizon, and manage market cost and market impact. The first step often gets most of the attention, but the later steps are often where value is preserved or lost. The liquidity that you see on a calm day is not the liquidity that you see on the day when it matters most. Conditions change exactly when liquidity is most stretched, the day a central bank surprises, the day a geopolitical event hits, and the day a peg moves. Resilient liquidity is a form of financial infrastructure. It does not always show up in headline statistics, but it decides whether investors can act on their views when it counts. One place where these market structure questions are especially visible today is in the growth of ETFs. People often think of them as a product, but they're also kind of a very key part of market infrastructure and something that allows for kind of good market dynamics. They've become one of the most important tools for both strategic and tactical allocations. To kind of understand it, so like equity ETFs are a relatively simple case. An equity ETF will hold stocks. Those stocks already trade pretty easily on an exchange. The ETF is in many ways just sort of like a convenient wrapper around assets that are already relatively liquid. Fixed income can be a bit more interesting. A bond ETF will wrap assets that are often harder to trade and less transparent in real time. Provides exposure to the asset class, will trade consistently on exchange and visibly with a clear price. And for many investors, that makes ETFs a more efficient and easier way to express a view on fixed income. We saw this clearly in March 2020 when fixed income ETF, basically the underlying bond markets, more or less stopped trading. The liquidity went down, spreads got really wide. It got very expensive to transact in the underlying bonds. So if you wanted to express a view in fixed income space, there was a fully functioning ETF market that allowed you to hedge your exposure, add to your exposure, close your exposure, et cetera. And that's why I say ETF wrapper is not just a product, it's kind of part of a resilient market infrastructure. I'll close with a word about the region. For global investors, the question on China is not only one of opportunity, it's also a question of access, execution, and risk management. The rise of sort of the access products, the Connect scheme, Stock Connect, Bond Connect, Swap Connect, and now ETF Connect, as well as QFI, have significantly expanded practical access for global investors. From the perspective of global investors, long-term participation is supported by a combination of continued connectivity between markets, strong trading and risk management infrastructure, and a diverse set of participating investors. Those conditions together support the confidence that that allows global capital to commit to the long term and not just tactically. So to summarize, efficient capital allocation depends not only on where capital wants to go, but on whether the markets work well enough to let it get there, especially in times of uncertainty. The macro views matter, but they only become real allocations through the structure of the market itself. Ensuring that the market structure remains deep, transparent, and resilient is some of the most important work that practitioners, policymakers, and academics can all work on to do together. So, thank you.
好，非常感谢啊，
Thank you. Thank you, Edward. As a global investor, you've given us a very informative sharing from a global institutional investor perspective. And during the second round discussion, we can have more discussion around the topics you mentioned. The 6 panelists have given us different perspectives. Now, let's come to the second round of discussion. After sharing of the second round of view sharing, we can have open discussions. So you can prepare your questions if there's any. You have very good time control for the first round of discussion, and for second round, each speaker will have 5 minutes. And I will raise questions for each and every panelist. My first question for Mr. Tan, talking about global governance, global capital market governance, the technical revolution, and also, the emerging market do not have much discourse right. And also we know there are some governance mechanisms, for example, ELSCO. So these existing mechanisms are there. What kind of mechanisms are needed in the future? so that countries could effectively respond to the rules of fragmentation and cross-border coordination? Thank you. Well, I have responded to that question partially, and I can go into details further. Multilateral coordination mechanism so far can, to some extent, help us to reach consensus to implement cross-border coordination and collaboration. My observation is multilateral or bilateral or new ones coming, the most important thing is to build mutual trust. In the morning roundtable, some of the panelists have mentioned about trust building. This is a very practical thinking. Against the current backdrop, how can we construct an environment to boost mutual trust? In this international arena, to make everyone feel that we share the same and common goal, and we are taking concerted effort for the common goal to benefit the whole humanity in the future. The existing mechanism, for example, ISCO, is pretty good. So we need to have clearly defined targets, first and foremost. Of course, different regulators of countries have different goals. But what are the goals that we share? ISO has a set of targets and principles, and also the annual evaluation of these goals and principles to make sure that everybody is in the same boat. Second, professionalism. The issues related to capital market is very professional and technical, is quite a frontier issues. So we need to discuss the issue from the professional perspective instead of politicalizing them. Thirdly, to enhance interaction, the daily regulatory coordination is very important. With increasing fluctuation and volatility, it is very important that the regulators could more effectively play their role. The institutions respond more effectively. Thank you very much. Well, a follow-up question. Under current global governance system, which is under reconstruction, during the first round of discussion, panelists focused more on trade and investment, among others. My question is for capital market global governance, what kind of role will China make? And in what specific areas can China play its role so as to make its due contribution to the improvement of global governance? So what is concerned in the market first and foremost is about regulation. Over AI, for example, well, many organizations have issued various reports concerning regulation of AI. The research is still ongoing, and we need to be more engaged with this. And another point is the sustainable development. Despite some disagreements, we still need to work together on that. And the forum has also mentioned these factors, including the digital finance. We need to expand our contribution as well as increase our discourse. Right. Thank you, Mr. Tan. Thank you very much for your contribution. We hope China could make its more contribution of wisdom to the global capital market, the public products. My question for Zhang Xiaoyan, two questions. The first question is for Chinese investor, global investor, to sensitively grapple with the changes in the market. to implement those asset allocation strategy, how to build a operable asset allocation strategy.
Global investors, no matter nationality, can be classified into 4 types according to your knowledge and your wealth. So 4 categories of global investors. First, knowledgeable and wealthy, knowledgeable and not wealthy, and third, not knowledgeable, not wealthy. Next, without knowledge but wealthy. So 4 categories of global investors. How can we make use of market signal changes? If you do not have knowledge and don't have money, how can you grasp market changes? I suggest you should be aware that you don't have knowledge, don't have much money. Under this situation, you should invest in ETF. Last year, ETF totaled 6 trillion in China. ETF is a very inclusive product to help you to diffuse and scatter risk with low transaction cost. And you can start with ETF. So the second category of investor who is not knowledgeable but wealthy. And what should you do? Because you make investment which require wisdom and experience. If you have money, you can engage a professional. But wealthy, you can engage a professional. Third category of global investor, you are knowledgeable but not very wealthy. And I myself belongs to this category with some knowledge but not much money. So my team are providing you with a global allocation strategy. If you get the signal, you can use AI and other technology to handle those information and accumulate wealth for yourself. And for most of you here, who are knowledgeable and wealthy both, what should you do? Just now we talk about AI. All of you are professionals, and they grasp the information and make use of the information advantage and the implementation advantage to make more money. So that's my pragmatic classification of global investors into 4 categories. So you have to understand yourself first and know who you are, and then within this 4 quadrant, you can find your own roadmap to wealth. And she talked about one important issue, that is to enhance your knowledge. And our school provides you a lot of learning opportunities. Welcome you to our school. Just now you talk about China asset and its role in asset allocation. And China asset can play a unique and important role. For global asset allocators, and what special advantage and long-term opportunities can be shown by Chinese asset. And in this process, China is promoting high-level opening up. What kind of benefits can investors get? Just now, I shared with you one PPT saying that Chinese assets have 2 unique advantages. First is growth potential. We have AI, new energy sector, and advanced manufacturing industries who welcome your investment. And also, we have risk aversion tool available in China because of low correlation with the US and the EU market. I suggest you to allocate to China. And for China's high-level financial open up, on the one hand, we introduce you foreign capital. Second, we go global. Many investors have said that in the opening up of the capital market, we have many connect. For example, Shanghai, Hong Kong Connect, and Wealth Management Connect, and we have this connectivity between Chinese market and overseas capital market, helping foreign investors to have access to Chinese capital market. And also in execution process, some regulatory details needs to be refined for attracting in. Well, for going global, which is becoming more important, we are having more investors investing overseas. So for going global, they need to have access to capital market overseas. They need the connections, and they need good execution, and all of us could work on it. Service providers and the regulators can work together to tap in this opportunity and to understand the significance of going global, so we can provide more convenience for companies going global. Thank you, Professor Xiao Yan. So his first answer is for investors. His second answer is for regulators and online and offline entrepreneurs. For your companies, could you become representative of China asset to attract foreign investors to China's value creation process? I believe this is an important roadmap for your company, for your future development. Now, my question goes to Zhang Xin, CICC, Zhang Xin of Morgan Stanley. Just now you have said that capital market in AI and in different markets are performing good, are in the process of going global, and the world is feeling the charm and the competition from Chinese exhibiting. For investors, for market participants, what are the issues that they should be aware of? First, for Chinese companies going global and making investments market, first, they are not only getting financing and funding, and they should tell a good Chinese story to attract more long-term investor. And you have to make your story understandable to long-term investors. Just now, Madam Xiao Yan and Morgan Stanley can be a bridge of information for you, and we can be an operator and a strategic partner for you, and we should tap in those investors who used to pay no attention to your company, who used to pay no attention to the market. We are working together with global investors, key investors around the world on a daily basis. So daily communication with them, we know what are the focal points in their decision-making process and what are their concerns. In this process, we can help Chinese companies to be shown to the global investors. For example, CATL have been listed in A-share market many years ago. Previously, investors invest in industrial companies and energy producers and also in automobile makers. In Hong Kong listing of CATL, we try to tap in tech investors. And the AI sector is requiring a large amount of energy and bringing more value to battery producers. So in Hong Kong listing process, we have attracted global investors who used to only invest in technology shares, and now they are becoming CATL's strategic partner. So Chinese companies going global, Chinese companies going to the capital market not only for money, but for long-term strategic partner who understand their long-term story, who is culturally aligned. In this way, they can get our Chinese companies can get long-term support. So besides funding investors process, industrial collaboration can be expanded, and they can have more international partnership. So this that's the roles we can play. So 2 paths. First is capital collaboration. Second is industrial collaboration, which are 2 important parallel paths for companies. And with China's high-level development, we are seeing more and more two-way communication. More and more Chinese companies are investing outside and engaging in merger and acquisition in overseas market. And also, we are finding more new types of institutional investors from different regions who are interested in Chinese markets. So in this two-way communication and investment process, what are the structural changes that you are observing, and what are the enlightenment for us? Several years ago, people are talking about decoupling and deglobalization. One thing is interesting. In the past few years, among the top in the world, for example, in EV production, high-end EV production, and European producers are very strong in R&D, production, marketing, and branding. In the past several years, in China's local market, we are facing challenges from EU producers. I've been to Europe visiting many of senior management. They are of the view that they have to take their foothold in China. In this way, they can achieve fast iteration and be involved in local supply chain. In this way, European producers can maintain their competitive advantage. So we will to benefit China's faster iteration and to benefit from China's industrial chain to get believe that the production cycle in China is very short, and that's what also in years biomedicine sector in China are exhibiting high innovative power. Chinese companies in biomedicine are licensing out. So Chinese companies are licensing out, taking up 30% of global total, licensing to EU and US manufacturers, and many biomedicine companies are trying to get the license from Chinese pharmaceutical companies. So that's one way of going global. So R&D and IP, R&D result and IP of Chinese companies are licensed out to their global partners. So Chinese companies going global takes many ways. And we are seeing great potential of Chinese companies going global. Because of geopolitical impact, it's difficult to have a simple merger and acquisition. Many more companies want to find a strategic partner in local market, working together with the partner to tap into the local market. In this way, their international market and business share can be expanded. We also found out that multinationals in China, because of fierce competition from local producers in China, because of their competitors' fast iteration, multinational companies have to give larger mandate to their local managers to make faster decisions to compete with local competitors. Many multinational companies are trying to find JV partners in China. It's even to transfer their controlling shares to benefit from market and to have a synergy with local partners and to be adapted to the changing interests of local consumers and to be adapted to local market. And last year, Starbucks sell their controlling shares to Duoyu, and we are seeing a series of multinationals transfer their shares to local JV partners, and many multinational companies are trying to found local partnerships to enable them to benefit from Chinese market. So we have a two-way communication and two-way investment. We are trying to help our partners to find the right strategic partner for multinationals in China and for Chinese companies in foreign market. And we are helping them and helping multinationals to communicate with regulators and help them to have to find the local talents. And Morgan Stanley is a bridge for this two-way investment. For many companies going global, they are facing new risk. We are helping them to hedge the risk. And we are making business arrangements for Chinese companies going global, enabling them to benefit from the growth while avoid the risk. Thank you for your lively case introduction about how can we have a deeper integration, two-way communication and investment. And you have many interesting observations. Chinese market are becoming a test stone for many multinational companies to enhance their global competitiveness. And the Chinese IP, Chinese management expertise are important production partners and helping companies to grow themselves in overseas market. These are interesting observations and cases. Thank you, Zhang Xin. Now, I want to give the floor to Mr. Miao. You used to work for China's foreign exchange regulator, and you understand the monetary system well, and you now work for CICC. You just mentioned that the global monetary system is in structural adjustment period. In future, what is the landscape for international monetary system, and what kind of evolutions will happen? Will it be a multipolar currency system, or based on the current currency system, we may have some new currencies emerging? Thank you for your question. Currency is a natural monopoly. We rarely see a country to have more than one currency. This natural monopoly comes from its network effect. The more people use one currency, the currency will become more convenient. The transaction cost will be lowered. And from domestic market to international market, within a country, we have the currency to be mandated by law. However, internationally, currencies compete with each other. National currencies compete with each other. Looking back in the past 500 years, only 4 central currencies came to the center of the stage. That is Spanish currency and British pound, US dollar, and Holland currency. Each currency will dominate for about 100 years. So the historical logic is that we will have only one central currency. Multipolar currency is not the past trend. At the current historical juncture, we are in a transitional period of a monetary system. Looking at the foreign reserve share, US dollar take up 57%, previously 70%, now coming back to 57%. Euro 20%.
RMB slightly higher than 2%. The US dollars percentage is decreasing. We see euro percentage is still decreasing. So the gap between the first and the second are not narrowing. US dollars is still outpacing other currencies. In the next 5 to 10 years, it should be a dynamic where multi-currency compete with each other. Euro surely has the opportunity, and RMB has an even bigger opportunity to come to the fore because China takes the lead in AI revolution. In retrospective of the 500 years of currency evolution, 4 forces have played a major role in the dominance of a currency: economic power, financial market strength, sci-tech revolution, and institutional arrangements, including a sound legal system and intellectual property protection. Some are arguing there might be the 5th force come to play, that is military power. So it's the intertwined 5 forces changing and evolving. In the future, will there be another new dominating currency? Maybe RMB has a great opportunity. Then I have a follow-up question in this evolving trend, RMB internationalization. What might be the roles played by RMB in the international currency dynamic and landscape? China's economic size is 20% of the world trade, and export takes up 15% of the world's total. RMB in foreign trade settlement and clearing, most for the trade, 20% is settled by RMB. So in general, the RMB internationalization and RMB is punching below its weight. There is yet ample room for us to unleash the potential of RMB. How can RMB make new contribution to the forming of a new international monetary landscape? First, enhance the flexibility. Of course, it is decided by the market, and I believe there is still yet some room to grow in floating exchange rate. And second, we need to provide more secure assets, offshore and onshore. If you want to make RMB into a reserve currency, then they must have RMB denominated assets to invest to form the closed loop. And second, manufacturing is 1/3 of the world export, 1/5 of the world's total export. And if more trade, in particular our proprietary trade, can be settled in RMB with a bigger percentage, which is currently only 27%, this might be a good anchor and a starting point. We always say China has a strong manufacturing industry. Can we change from manufactured in China to priced in China? That is RMB's pricing capability. Settlement can be one-on-one basis, but the pricing is the power to decide the rules. If we look at US dollar, 1/2 is priced in US dollar, and in European trade, half is priced in euro. But in Asia, still a lot of settlement is priced in US dollar. For example, even between 2 Asian countries, when they are trading, they still use the US dollar to make the pricing, to decide the pricing. So it is the vehicle currency. So RMB can also be the vehicle currency for pricing. Your currency, my currency, his currency, the tripartite currency arrangement. How can RMB become the pricing currency? Then there should be more producer pricing and reduce the US dollar pricing, and more importantly, be the third-party pricing provider. And fifth, Because the capital account is not yet completely open, then we must have a holistic arrangement in the building of offshore and onshore market, especially the Hong Kong offshore market. Thank you, Mr. Liao. I know you teach monetary policy for one semester, and I ask you to consolidate one semester's course into 5 minutes. Thank you for making that possible.
Louis, so you mentioned that international capital flows have not obviously retreated, but are increasingly being influenced by geopolitical alignment. So could you please unpack the main channels through which this alignment-driven reallocation is occurring? And in that context, do you see the role of the US dollar assets in non-US aligned economies undergoing a structural shift?
Thank you for the question. I'll try to be fast given the time constraints. So, the examples of these non-economic considerations influencing capital flows are probably most explicit, most area of foreign direct investment. We see that there is a lot of what we call friend-shoring taking place. And of course, if you look, probably the most obvious dimension is US-China. We have seen FDI flows both ways coming down very, very sharply. We've also seen that, for instance, countries like Japan and South Korea are examples of ones that it looks like, for now, they want to be aligned with the US, and by various channels, both political and economic, we see that investments by Japanese and Korean companies into the US have gone up, and their investments into China have gone down. So these are some obvious examples in the area of FDI. We also see the emergence of what people call connector countries. If it is difficult for the US and if it is difficult for Chinese products to enter the US market, maybe as a Chinese company, I set up my factories in Indonesia or Mexico, or we have examples in Europe as well. So connector countries also see their connector countries, which tend to be not very much aligned with either side. They seem to be rising in relative importance. So there's quite a lot of evidence on the FDI side. You also see, probably relatedly, evidence on the bank lending side. Where I am less certain about is portfolio flows, because I think at the end of the day, professional investors and private people may not always be as aligned with what governments want to achieve. These private citizens and companies may sometimes have their own mind and may not always follow what their governments say. So that's why I think portfolio flows are maybe a little bit more free for now in terms of where they are going.
Yeah, thank you so much. Because of the time limitation, so maybe my last question goes to Edward. So in your experience, what role does the market structure play in enabling effective, efficient capital allocation, especially during the periods of the stress?
Great. So when I think about market structure, I find it's much more exciting and interesting to think about what happens to market structure in times of stress. When market is normal, you don't think that much about liquidity, about execution quality. Spreads are relatively tight, markets are pretty deep, and it's relatively easy to, put on relatively large positions without too much trouble. But when uncertainty enters the market, that's kind of where the more fragile markets get exposed. So kind of like, how does that enable, or in some sense disable, the efficient capital allocation? So kind of whenever we think about putting on a trade, you need to think about how to get out of that position as well. And if you assume that the world is going to be normal when you want to take off that position, there's a good chance that you end up unhappy, because when something big does happen in the world, that probably changes your investment thesis as well, which changes the allocations that you want, thus you have to trade during times of stress. So thinking about the costs to put on a position as well as the cost to take off a position in various market conditions, I think is a very important part to the investment process. And if you as an investor are concerned about the quality of the market in times of uncertainty, you might be less willing to put the capital where you ultimately want it to be. So to the extent that we all build efficient markets that function well in times of stress, think about what happens in the times of stress. That sort of gives investors of all shapes and sizes the confidence they have to put the money where they want it to be, and thus achieving kind of a better outcome for all market participants.
Yeah, thank you so much for your insightful explanation, and maybe we are looking forward to the ongoing dialogue with you, maybe after this session. So 非常感谢我们各位嘉宾的。
I thank all the top-notch panelists for their insightful sharing. Within 80 minutes, you have provided informative a banquet of information and knowledge and insights. Today, our discussion has highlighted the undergoing profound changes in financial market across the world, with uncertainties and challenges in the financial market, with the AI market development and AI sci-tech bringing new opportunities. Improving market resilience, optimize resource allocation, deepen international cooperation have already become the common consensus of the global capital market. I thank the 6 high-caliber guests for their sharing, helping us to better understand the financial market, capital market in the world, paving the way for future policy making and implementation practices. Please join in giving another round of warm applause for their informative sharing. Of course, we'd also like to thank our strategic partner, Shanghai Pudong Development Bank, for their enormous support. We will soon have a group photo, but before that, I'd like to invite the next session moderator, Professor Yang Yanqing, to chair the next session, which is development of a digital economy driven by AI.
好的，非常感谢
Thank you for waiting. Our last session is new development of digital economy driven by AI. We stand between you and dinner. But I can promise you that this session will be great and with good control of time. Now I'd like to invite the top-notch speakers for this session, Mr. Jiang Xiaojuan, professor from CAS, Director General Li Wei from the Department of Science and Technology from PBOC, Director Zhang Jianhua from Tsinghua PBCSF, Spalan Mohanty, CEO of GFTN, former Chief of FinTech Officer from Monetary Authority of Singapore, Mr. Zhou Tao, Director from the Big Data Research Center from the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. Some background knowledge. This session is organized by AI course, Design Center and Digital China course, Financial Development and Regulation Office have co-organized this session. We would also like to thank Pudong Development Bank and Xinwang Bank, which are our strategic partners. We have an hour to discuss AI, digital economy, which are most lively discussed issues for the current time. Our focus is on financial markets, but not limited to financial market, because AI brings transformative impacts way beyond the financial market. But the financial market is naturally the core of our attention. I'd like to very quickly set up the scene, and soon I'd like to invite 5 panelists to have in-depth exchanges on the topic. Today, when we discuss AI, a major challenge is AI itself is in a rapid evolution process. What might be the impacts of AI on society and on financial sector? What is understood today might be completely different tomorrow. When we assess the progress of AI is more important than our discussion on AI implication. So on its own development trend, I'd like to set up the scene. From the scientific frontier perspective, LM language model from text generation, generative AI. It is defined as autonomous AI. In February, in March, 70% of the AI training can be completed by itself. Most need 1 year, and 100% of the AI training can be done by AI itself. Many may not be familiar with this frontier. In other words, AI has become an autonomous, iterative training process. And very quickly, 100% of the AI can have their proprietary training, which means the speed of its growth will not be decided by human, rather by AI itself. When we discuss agent and autonomous AI occur against this backdrop.
In this area, the intelligence of AI has reached or even surpassed the intelligence of human resources. Talking about Anthropic missile, the missile has been open to public for application. Missile has surpassed the intelligence of human beings. So this is a very important backdrop. And based on this backdrop, we will extend our discussion over AI as well as its impact on finance. So to what degree the AI has been intelligent? Well, the second point is the physical AI. By definition, in a science circle, they talk about the world model. AI, including robots, when facing an open world, will they have a similar understanding about the world? Will they have autonomous decision-making or make autonomous conclusion in such an open world? And the scientists are proceeding in this endeavor. It might be in France, might be in Europe, but not necessarily in Silicon Valley. The spatial intelligence, for example, is being done in France. It will take at least 2 to 3 or 5 years to make a decisive breakthrough in the spatial intelligence. After 5 to 10 years, the constraints of physical AI may disappear. That means AI robots or AI could autonomously produce products by themselves. That is to say, human beings will not produce anything. It will be substituted by AI. 5 to 10 years later, AI will replace us in production. And another new area is AI science. AI for science. What is the definition of AI for science? It means AI is helping us, or we use AI paradigm to do scientific discovery. Well, scientific discovery relies on the rapid searching capability of AI in high dimension space. That is to say, by using AI, R&D will be faster and will save a lot of money, a lot of time for human beings. So, AI can raise very good questions and put forward scientific assumptions. In Fudan University, young scientists are doing experiment, that is to use AI to write paper. So the paper written by AI is much higher in terms of quality than the professional or researchers. But this level is not as high as the top-level paper that is finally adopted, meaning that the scientific R&D capability of AI has reached the foundational, R&D researchers. So we take this as a basic setting for follow-up discussion. AI is still evolving rapidly. In IMM, AI actually has surpassed human beings. Well, in terms of the spatial intelligence, in 5 to 10 years, AI theoretically can produce everything so that to provide more room and liberty for human beings. Talking about AI for science, maybe AI is not as smart as Einstein, but it has been better than the average R&D researchers. So today we're talking about the impact of AI. AI is really smart, is very successful, and to some extent quite dangerous. What will it impact the social development, the financial development, and what will it impact human beings per se? Well, I've talked a lot about that. Well, this is very necessary. We are going to have such as a setting for follow-up questions. We do not talk about outdated problems. We have to know the latest development of AI so as to have more effective discussions. We're going to have 3 to 4 rounds of discussion. We will be very interactive. We hope we could go in depth over those ultimate topics and issues of concern for us. First question is quite general. AI application, AI impact, and also the digital economy and its relation with the real economy. We hope we can have quite a general understanding about these mentioned topics. We hope you can give us some basic interpretation of that. And for second and third round of discussion, we will go even deeper into the the specific issues. First, I want to give the floor to Xiaojuan. Jiang Xiaojuan, Professor Jiang, please. You have taken the time to prepare the backdrop setting. Some of what you have said, to some extent, overlapped with what I'm going to say. Sometimes we cannot be that forward-looking because the technology develops so fast. And from a digital economy perspective, from a macroeconomic development perspective, I want to share with you my observations. I care a lot about the digital economy. Why is that? Because during 12th five-year plan period, that is 15 years ago, there was a big question. Would China sustain its rapid growth? That to a certain development stage, the proportion of a service sector would increase. Service sector is a low-efficient industry according to traditional economic theory because service sector could not utilize technical progress and bring benefits to human beings. In 1984, Tsinghua car, a very traditional car. Maybe you're not familiar with that car model. That was very expensive, costed 170,000 RMB. But now, the cost was very much dropped. It is also true for some traditional operations. The service, full service, 3 physicians work on this operation for 2 hours. It is still service sector is labor intensive and it is a low efficient sector. If this low efficient sector accounts a high proportion of economy, then the overall growth of the economy will slow down. During the 12th five-year plan, our GDP came to the highest, and then with the development of service sector, the GDP growth slowed down. Well, in this background, AI digital economy actually appeared all of a sudden. And one of the benefits is the rapid improvement in efficiency. For example, those software programming and conventional work actually enjoyed rapid improvement because of AI. And digital technology has also boosted the economic. For your sharing, you are giving your sharing from a fundamental economic perspective. Okay, just now, Professor Jiang talked about the core productivity. Well, China's manufacturing was tradable globally, and the efficiency is pretty high, giving boost to the enhancement of the economic income. Now, we know that the service sector is not tradable. That talking about digital economy and also AI algorithm to make a service sector tradable, that means service sector can enjoy enhanced productivity. Well, theoretically, it is possible. Maybe it can surpass the manufacturing sector. That means, AI could, bring a lot of abundance to the world. Well, this is a follow-up question for Professor Jiang. Not long ago, in the U.S. financial sector, there was a report about the future. There would be an intelligent crisis in 2028. But the basic setting for this crisis is that the improvement of labor productivity could be so high that tradable sector, including digital economy, software field, will be very much impacted. As a result, the majority of the workers will lose their jobs. With the unemployment increasing, not many people have those consumption, and this will trigger the financial crisis. So, what is the precondition for addressing this problem? Do we should stop the fast, should slow down rapid development of AI, or what kind of solution shall we take to prevent those things from happening? Well, this is a big question. Not possible in 2028, because efficiency of AI application actually is still expressed in the form of information, and not so in manufacturing. In service sector, a lot of things still should be done by human beings. There's still quite a long way to go for the AI to catch up with the human capability. Well, I want to ask Mr. Li Wei from PBOC to respond to this question. Thank you, Professor Jiang. Thank you very much for your contribution. You have given us a very inspiring interpretation about AI-driven digital economic development. But for me, we need to be down to earth in developing the autonomous AI. I want to take this opportunity to share with you my observation. First of all, the coordinated development and security should be considered. We know generative AI, like the LAM, is fundamentally changing financial sector, including its production mode, the mode of organization, the pattern of service, as well as the governance. For financial institutions, AI will also influence its KYC service, recognition of risk, operation management, and regulatory compliance, etc. The speaker from Pudong Development Bank has mentioned about some practices in applying the generative AI, while actually some sectors are actively embracing use of AI and has put the AI into different business scenarios with very good results. But at the same time, the LLM actually face some problems. For example, the Hasuli illusion of the model and the black box of the algorithm, as well as the network attacks from outside world. This has triggered the anxiety of the financial sector. So we need to take coordinative measures instead of blindly going all out to do AI development. But on the other hand, we still need to develop AI in a reasonable way. So this is the first thing I want to make. Second, the coordination between human beings and machines. That is to say, we need to have synchronized the progress of LLM, intelligent AI, as well as the human capabilities. Because, the AI is changing the boundary of responsibilities and authorities. We should define what are the rights authority of human beings. The AI is assisting people, is simulating people, and then it becomes digital human beings. So how to better properly handle relations between people and the AI? I think we need to adopt the people-oriented approach with the purpose to lessen the burden on human beings, improve people's, productivity, and and then to help financial resources to be more precise to serve the real economy with the help of AI. Talking about digital man, avatar, in another word, the workload can be shared by the digital avatar. But what about the responsibility division of the value, judgment, ethics, decision, and innovative creation? Meaning that when emergency happens, we still have human intervention. We need to have a reasonably arranged human-machine coordination. Thirdly, talking about data, in the era of big data, we see the massive scale of big data, and we need to pay attention to the quality of data, as quality of data decides the effect of application of AI. We need to pay attention to the fundamental role of big data and to set up high-quality data sets for financial sector. While preparing data, we need to prepare good quality data on one hand, and then the LLM can generate high-quality data. Last but not least, we need to improve the self-confidence and capability of financial institutions. The financial institutions should prepare themselves better, meaning that you should have a good foundation in place, a good field, soil in the first place before growing good plants, right? So either business, technology, data, human resources, these four sectors are very important. People need to improve themselves in this above-mentioned four sectors. Only by doing so, AI can better empower your institution and make a more technical contribution to your operation. This is what I want to say. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you very much for your sharing. And your contribution is actually quite technical. Development and security are very important aspects. And we talk about the impact on financial sector. Well, the risk is still there around the corner. So for financial sector, we need to think about how to respond to these risks. How to respond to that, we need to reach consensus. And also the coordination between human and machine is also critical. But so far, we haven't reached consensus on that. Scientists are only focusing on development of technology without too much attention or weight given to coordination between human and machine. Mr. Li also talked about capacity building, which is also a very important topic. We continue the next sharing by Mr. Zhang, talking about AI and its impact on economic and financial development. But first of all, on the economy, the current investment in AI, well, actually is quite a hotspot issue.
AI is an investment hot point, attracting a lot of investment. For digital economy, the core AI is the core industry of a digital economy, and digital economy is the fastest growing sector in China. AI investment is on the rise globally, leading global economic growth and Asia and other markets, capital markets growth. AI provides investment opportunities channels for financial sector. Also, people are discussing whether there will be bubble in the future and whether it will have a negative impact on financial stability. So that's the first impact of AI, asking the question without answering it. So AI is a topic worth our attention. Second, about application of AI in financial sector. We are not talking about it only today. small models are applied in financial sector many years ago. About 1 decade ago, decisive model are used. About 2 decades ago, in China, we are using those model to make decisions on credit extension based on big data. So those small model applications are also part of AI. Currently, AI is getting more popular because of large language model have much more extensive capability, replacing some of human functions. Large language model replace assistant, help you to do the math, but also it can do the reasoning, can do the writing and integration for you. However, there is one problem. AI capacity enhancement may bring the issue of security. Our control and the management and the governance of the model needs to be improved. For large language model, they may bring potential problems. We should be aware of those risks. And also, our investment, because on the development side, we have a lot of investment, while on the application side, people do not know which is the final road path, and investors and institutions who have money are taking multi-leg approach, taking on a trial and error approach, which may result in investment loss, and which path will be chosen in the future is not known now. This is good for big institutions. While for small institutions, they don't have enough money to try. Well, for digital divide, previously we believe that it's elderly people who don't know how to use technology. Well, digital divide in future may mean the divide between huge institutions and small institutions. Huge institutions can invest several dozens of billions in AI, while small institutions can only make an investment of several dozens of millions. So the difference in investment may result in competitive advantage difference. Looking at the structure of the financial system, the competitive landscape may change because of AI. Some of the institutions may have to exit the market because of a shortage of capacity. So that's my 2 views. Thank you, Chairman Jianhua, for your 2 points, which are very important. First, about large investment and a possible bubble, and which are acute problems in the U.S. as well. We will talk about this later. And also, Director Jianhua talked about how can we manage and control AI. It is not only governance. In application process, we should try to achieve sectoral results, which is very important. Director Jianhua talked about fairer competition. Financial institutions in applying AI and in the middle stage of applying AI, micro-sectoral regulation policy issues may occur.
Henty, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Professor Yang. Well, I think today morning when Professor Michael Spencer, I think he brought a very interesting point on the AI, is the diffusion part. Within China has done remarkably well there. And I want to use that as the anchor of my intervention here. Because I think for last 5 years, the world has focused on building models, chips, and all this infrastructure, which billions of dollars has gone into that, building those infrastructure. And then came the, I would say, most path-breaking shift is open sourcing these models. That single-handedly changed the game of AI. I think China took a lead to open source the AI models, and which triggers the whole diffusion impact. Now, I can go back to the era of internet. When internet came, it took time to diffuse that to our real economy, and the impact was huge. Then came application on internet. It took time, it went to the real economy, it changed productivity. Then came the fintechs, the payment infrastructure, the wallets, the cross-border payment. That went into the real economy, it changed the productivity, the economic outcome. With AI, it's quite different. They're not going to follow the same pattern. I think the reason being is what electricity was to industrial revolution, AI is to the cognitive economy. It is removing or reducing the marginal cost of cognitive economy. I think that is a fundamental shift here. And that questions a whole set of institutions which we relied on: education, skilling, and the labor and wage relationship between how you decide ways of a particular person. And the cognitive part, if it goes dramatically close to zero, a big question comes for economists to think about how the construct of the future economy will be, which leads to a very, I would say, a foundational question, which I think was brought by one of the participants here, is where is the choke point heading to? The choke point of the new economy is now moving to compute and electricity, and data centers. And you also bought a word called autonomy. Now you have a capital good, which is not only helping in changing the nature of economic growth, it is also autonomous in thinking, is also intelligent. The data centers can think for themselves and improve on their own, which again question the structure of the economic models of the future. Now bring that part into the system. So there's a choke point getting created on energy, resources, and compute and data centers. Then you have models which are self-learning, self-improving. So the big question is that, what should the human being do? Of course, we can artificially inject regulation, rules, where you can inject human being in decision making, but having done that, it doesn't really change. It fundamentally still affects a bulk of our economic models. And almost the distribution of labor becomes an hourglass. At the top 10 to 20% of the top tier talent will find AI to give them a bigger boost to what they do. The middle one will get completely hollowed out, and the bottom one will have a serious question, it will be pushed up. So that is going to be a huge challenge to reconcile among other things. So I think we are in a situation where everything is happening same time. The systems are getting intelligent, infrastructure is getting concentrated and becoming a choke point, and there's no relentless stop to the innovation happening automatically within the AI engine. And partly to me was driven by two foundational thinking: open source the AI and let it diffuse faster to the real economy. Of course, emerging market, which has low productivity, will find this interestingly better because they're going to substitute some of the inefficiency they had with AI, which will boost the production. Suppose in many countries where education is a big challenge, AI becomes a great tool to substitute the lack of teachers. In many places, health services, which was challenged by lack of doctors, will find AI substitute or augmenting that place to have more doctors in place. So in some sense, the growth rate will increase. Some sense there will be a huge impact. In matured economy, you will find as a bit of a challenge in how AI plays that role in that future economy. I think broadly I see optimism, caution, and a long-term worry about the concentration risk of technology and its choke point.
Yeah, thank you. Very, very brilliant comment. Mohanty 先生呢，实际上把人工
Mohanty talk about AI's impact on macroeconomy and the microeconomy as well. On the big microeconomy, responding to Xiaojuan's comment about improving service industry's efficiency and complement the shortage of personnel in service sector. And also, he emphasized that open source AI is very important. And this is one of the endeavor of China, embracing open source. We will talk about pros and cons of open source later. And he also responded to DJ Lee about his question. We will talk about those questions later. Theoretically, we believe that human being in this work should be involved in the workflow. However, at the beginning, I have said, Dr. Mohandi gave us a very deep-rooted highlights, and the workflow of AI is close-looped without involvement of human being. And whether human being should be involved, this is an institutional arrangement and a decision to be made. And also, it involves design of systems. It is rather complex, but hugely significant. And we may have a different starting point, and we will talk about this later, about the involvement of human being in the process. Mohanty also talked about choke points, talking about electricity. We have ultra voltage electricity transmission and green energy, so we don't have energy as a choke point, while the U.S. have the choke point of electricity. So U.S. wants to build more data center in shortage of electricity. So electricity is a choking point of U.S. In future, electricity is important for other countries, not so much important for China. And we can also transfer some of our electricity capacity to Global South. So we can talk about this kind of cooperation later. Thank you, Mohanty, for your comment. Our next speaker shall be Director Zhou Tao, a scientist in our panelist. Director Zhou Tao, Big Data Research Center, University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. Thank you, Madam Yan Qing. Now I want to respond to Yan Qing's starting question, my understanding about AI development and its impact on human being. First, the biggest frontier of AI, the hottest topic, is about humans' involvement. And we have two phases of intelligence. One is language intelligence. The second is spatial language. Language intelligence, human beings have the best intelligence as compared to other animals. Our spatial intelligence are not as strong as other animals. Cats and dogs may have better spatial intelligence than us. And however, in the past 7 to 8 years, computing intelligence can help us to dissect language intelligence. And because behind the language, we have a statistical capacity. Computer cannot understand the spatial intelligence. Although computer can simulate many of the games, however, it only stands on the dimension of pixels. However, we cannot understand why animals can understand the spaces of nature. So we need enormous of data, monitored learning to let robotics to be familiar with each scenario. But the data we need is 1,000 times or more than the current data available. The data requirement is too high. So we may produce a robotic in future within their physical boundaries. They can do anything. However, I don't think within 2 or 3 years there will be major breakthroughs, and the breakthrough time may be longer than our expectation. It's just like controlled fusion. Controlled fusion technology was sold in will be achievable in 2028. So it takes 10 or 20 years for us to see a working robot on the street, because it changed the current paradigm of computer. language intelligence relies on statistics, while spatial intelligence requires on physics. Many more scientists and myself are doing experiments in this regard because spatial enhancement of robot is the first frontier. The second, we can use programming and to program the word. For example, and coding is very important. Coding is a kind of language following a strict structure. I can make a judgment whether this coding is right or wrong. Coding don't have illusion, and coding can help us to make a model of your faces, and we want to turn everything into a coding. If we follow this trend and have cloud providing the coding, so the coding world is the second frontier. Our understanding about the physical world can be coded. So the third frontier is about deep creation, as mentioned about AI for science. In other words, you talk about above the average wisdom. However, we have to give data and a description for the computer to do the creation. And scientists around the world are using open database to do our research. I have a target to solve a question. Because I need to address the sustainability issue, I need to address the issue of education equality. Well, I need to exploration in magical and physical world. I need to prove a new theories. And I don't think AI can prove layman myths. And also, AI can create music, can create pictures. If AI can do so, it can beat about 80 to 90% of the scientists. Well, the scientists on the pyramid of scientists will not be replaced. So my biggest concern is that the AI may have an impact on us. And AI may be isolated from AI because we have a network security office. The robots who accompany a person cannot be registered, but the robot can have a love affair with you, and the robot can have a live chat with you and becomes your partner. And also, I am in talk with agentic AI. And agentic AI can help me to solve many of the questions. And also, children don't need to have love affairs with a human being. They can get into talks with agent. And for students in classroom, they don't need to ask me. They can ask the AI for any questions. And we talk about humanity. We hope that people around you can communicate with you. In elderly care, I hope we can get care from a human being. And when I get a phone call from a call center, normally it is to talk with a person labs, and we only have they may believe that science and art are not secret, and where human beings' value exists will be a problem. Sense of value will also be destroyed. Many has been said. We need to have ethics. And AI is available everywhere. Missiles is available everywhere. Previously, hacker. To be a hacker is not easy. You need to learn a lot to be a hacker. Now, AI can help the criminal to do many things. So that's my response to Yan Qing's question. Thank you for your explanation about frontier science, several hot topics. So I want to have a quick question, and we will come back to the panel about the bigger questions and the comprehensive questions. First, about coding. 100% of the coding will be automatic in future. When will that happen in future? 100%, I don't know when the timing is it. 90% is already achieved. And we have a customized segment which cannot be automated. Well, if 90% of the industry are automated, we can call it automated industry already. Well, professional segment cannot be replaced by robots. Well, in those tech companies, and they can do the other remaining 10%.
It says that AI could do all of the coding-related work.
老师还有第二个问题。那
Well, second question for Professor Zhong. Spatial intelligence and world model. We predict the pixel. Well, actually, it's not that predictable. And Professor Li Wei also talked about the issue of data generation. If we hold optimistic viewpoints, how long will breakthrough be made? 3 to 5 years, I think, to be optimistic. But talking about industrialization, it will take a longer time. Talking about nuclear fusion, we know the basic principle for LAN is entry. Well, we won't go into details given interest of time. So actually, we align our timetable in terms of the generative AI. It will take 1 to 2 years, and also spatial model 3 to 5 years. I think this is quite realistic.
I just want to respond to the coding question. I think we should not forget. Any of us here is a software engineer who studied computer science. You know, when you do software, there are many parts to that. There's a requirement gathering, there's a functional specs design, there's a design document, coding, then comes testing and deployment. I think coding is a piece of that whole puzzle of software development, which I largely believe will be, AI will replace a big chunk of that, but anything outside that will still require a very good cognitive human intelligence, because that is based on choices, decisions, geopolitics, many things goes there. So there will be that relevant part of the software development. A small intervention.
Yeah, thank you very much. A great comment. Let me just follow up with some kind questions with regards to the regulatory issues and also the risks and the governance issue on the financial sector actually impacted by the far-changing and the kind of a revolution of the AI. In terms of the AI, back to our question we discussed a little earlier, in terms of the missiles, actually Anthropic has established some new organizations to push the adoption of the AI in the financial sector. And at this time, because the missiles has opened quietly, secretly, for every actually institution to utilize the very frontier models like the missiles. Do you see a lot of the risks, real risks over there, out there? And what kind of the red line the regulator, including BIS, including IMF, and including PBOC-MAS, should shout out? Maybe we need someone to shout out about this, the risks and the danger there. So do you share my concern, or maybe I'm too, I don't know, what is your sense on that?
So I think financial sector is is draconian when it comes to regulators. Because there's still, the banks will think twice before deploying AI at a scale. They will ask I'm sure they're going to ask PBOC for a permission or a check. They will ask MAS for some checks. They're not that open or they don't have that freedom to go and deploy AI at a scale. So I think by the institutional power of regulatory structure, I think there is a natural friction there. In terms of regulatory response to this, your question has been broken into 4 parts. Regulators are asking for fairness. They're asking for ethical choices. They're asking for accountability. They're asking for, so these are the broad thing they're asking for, what you call as the FEAT principles. When it comes to fairness, I think it's a very tricky subject for banks and financial institutions to ensure by deploying AI, are they being fair? Because fairness can have a different interpretation based on who is asking that question. Whether it is a consumer who is asking for credit or loan, or it is looking for within the bank how they're going to distribute the capital for whom they want to lend. So that's a very tricky question when it comes to fairness. Similarly, for the same challenge exists for, let's say, accountability. If something goes wrong in the financial sector, are the CEOs and the seniors are going to be accountable for those choices? That has not been addressed yet. There's still an open question there. And when it comes to transparency, something has happened there, but still on the credit side, I have not seen any pragmatic, practical, operational statement how they're going to be explaining any choices they make when they provide financial services, especially on the credit side. What banks have done, particularly now, or financial sector broadly, they've adopted AI and the internal transformation. They've taken AI and improved their whole tech stack. Now they spend less money on technology, coding, programming, testing. They have taken that piece. They've taken a bunch of AI on the middle office optimization, but still there's a strong human layer in the financial sector, which will take time. My ultimate dream, if you really want to get AI the best out of it, I want to challenge the financial sector. With AI, are they going to distribute the credit to the poorest of the poor? If they cannot do it, what's the point of taking AI? Because AI is supposed to find a better model to reduce credit risk. If that is not being solved, to me, it's against a questionable long-term thinking where the AI takes banks.
Yeah, I agree with you totally about the last point. And also back to your former point about the fairness, transparency, and accountability. I think this approach is quite right, but it's kind of bottom-up approach. When we don't have a general purpose technology like the AI, then this bottom-up approach to talking about the principle of the regulation, I think is workable. But now the AI is kind of a high-level general purpose technology, and its cognitive capability is higher than our human being. Then maybe we need some top-down and holistic approach to looking at the regulatory framework towards the AI. I think it's something that's still are lacking at this moment.
Yeah,
maybe
absolutely.
we can discuss that in the later stage. Thank you for the very nice comment. 我们下面呢，这个回到咱们。
Okay, let's come back to the regulatory authority. Well, this is a quite open question, so I hope our panelists could make your comments from your perspective. Just now, Mr. Mohanty talked about AI and its application in financial sector. Mr. Li Wei also talked about governance, regulation, among others. Well, my question actually covers various aspects. One is the financial procedure. Regulatory thinking, if we adopt a bottom-up approach under the existing framework, we can do the transformation little by little, bit by bit. Maybe it is operational, But we know that AI represents a systematic power. So take regulatory framework as example. Is it still feasible? How to take a holistic approach to think about the impact of AI on the financial sector. And also we need to involve human beings in the whole loop, as Professor Zhou Tao mentioned.
And the process is almost autonomous. Theoretically, people should be overarching in orchestrating everything. Then the accountability issue is a legal issue, no longer a technical issue, but nobody picks it up for discussion. For legal accountability. So should we start the discussion now? Can China have some early stage practices? So from the perspective of accountability, people in the loop, should we have some brand new top-down thinking? And China might need to speak with a higher volume. And I'd like to put forward 2 more questions. If you are interested, you are welcome to answer these questions. As China is promoting credit innovation by using big data model, it's different from the US pattern. In the US financial sector, they use the cloud, Anthropic. New models can be very quickly adopted. But in China, we have private clouds when clouds are deployed. And our innovation is safer, but on the other hand, might be developing in a laggard way. We are not using the frontier cloud. Are they exerting positive or negative influence? And this also relates to the future financial sector competitiveness in China and the rest of the world. So I put forward these open-ended questions to solicit the insights from Director General Li. Well, I'd like to speak first. From the regulator's perspective, for those we cannot have a panoramic view, we will forbid it. That's what we say. We need a look-through regulation. We must understand the essence of the business. To some extent, we need to understand the big model's capacity. If you are deploying the big data model without understanding the inside and out, the underlying everything, then it cannot be used for the public. You can use the big data model to empower your proprietary employee, but if you want to use this model for clients, then you will be subject to certain constraints. This is exactly what we do as regulators. We need to have look-through regulation. In the financial sector, technologies used must be fully fledged. It may not be most advanced. The top-notch big data model may not be quite adaptable to the financial sector. But of course, for missiles, external models, they are quite aggressive. So we need to prevent against big data models that are being abused by the evil. Then there is a competition issue. China has a robust regulation, but US regulation is not that robust. Missiles is already used by the financial sector. So for China, we need to safeguard against the risks from missiles, but US is already using missiles. The underlying infrastructure of the global financial landscape is connected. So if it is hacked, or if some of the loopholes are being abused, then the systemic risk may be contagious across the border. China's robust regulators have forbidden the use of missiles, but the US is still using it, and there is the cross-border risk contagion. Well, maybe Director General Li can take up that question. Missiles is not open to all financial institutions. the second batch of measles. Glasswing and a dozen of banks are already using measles, and they are taking the first step of being proactively preventive. But measles is secretly opened just shortly. For a big data model like that, when they want to be applied to China, regulators has the final say as to whether we can deploy it or not. We know there are a lot of weapons. It's just like the metaphor of knife. A knife can be useful, a knife can also be harmful. Well, I think the metaphor of a gun is more appropriate. The US allows the private possession of gun, but not in China. But it's difficult to regulate the underlying infrastructure. For credit innovation, as you brought that forward, for credit information, it's not a burden. It does not deal with the internal use or the external use. It deals more with the underlying infrastructure. We ask the public cloud should also be based on the basic prerequisites. Or in other words, the infrastructure in financial sector in China will be further upgraded. We don't exclude the possibility of the external aggressive big data model that can enter Chinese market, but it's not as threatening as that. Global financial market is not highly connected.
We are very safe in China. So Soprano Mahanti, do you agree with my point that we are very safe in China? But do you are you safe in outside China in terms of the cross-border diffusion of the systemic risk raised by the AI and I mean frontier models, not by the Euro models, please?
I think let me take one of the frontier model. You talk about Mythos, okay? I think if you look at the original purpose of Mythos was to Anthropic saying that this can detect almost 75 to 80% of existing systems are cybersecurity vulnerable, right? That was and they took it inside because it was, the consequences of that was unaccounted for, because if they release that model, every system we don't know, every system we have today will be subjected to cyber risk. So I think they took that model out of the public domain and they kept it. But now it has been released to select institutions to check. And I don't have, I saw Jamie Dimon gave a recent interview. He was quite, I can't remember the exact phrase, but paraphrasing his statement, he was kind of shocked to see the vulnerability of the system we have today and how these frontier models are exposing that. So from that angle, yes, I see a positive move. But then this frontier model can be used for other things, especially cross-border issues in terms of you can make it as a geopolitical weaponizing the whole AI with these models. Well, the nature of technology allows you to do, but we have to remember that many countries today have also taken measures to isolate external access to their key infrastructure, like China. I think they're also taking measures where they're cutting off to private clouds. In government, they're keeping it extremely closed loop. So those models, accessing those will be a little bit challenging. So I think there is already an existing pathway to ensure protection from this thing. But having said that, I think at the end of the day, the models have to run on what is being fed to. And many of this data you see in emerging market are unstructured. They're not necessarily well designed or well constructed in China. So this model, so sometimes this itself is a big question mark that whether the models can really operate efficiently from where they're running and in the home market. So when they go to new country, new areas, new data, new uncertainty comes in. So it's not easy as it seems to be that these models can create issues for other market if it's used with a bad intention. But there are those dangers which cannot be ignored. But back to Mythos' question, Prof, I think that was the right thing to do. And also I personally believe for Anthropic to take it out of the public domain was the right thing to do. I don't know whether the selective release to certain institution, what are the criteria? I have no idea, but who knows? Maybe that's the right thing to do.
Thank you, thank you. Very good comment. 这个我们请李司长。
Director General Li, please. I want to respond to the issue which was quite lively discussed. I believe AI's application in financial sector is being cautiously assessed. It was because previously the technological adoption in financial sector had triggered some business risks. That's why we are more cautious nowadays. And the financial institutions are assessing the risks and ensuring effective control. But it doesn't mean that when financial institutions, when applying new technologies, are surely lagging behind. I have been following closely of the latest progress of technological adoption in financial sectors overseas. I got limited literature or information, but I have been comparing the situation with that at home. It's fair to say that our application of high-tech is not lagging behind from those who are using the frontier models. Yes, we need to distinguish the private cloud and public cloud. For those who can be deployed in public cloud, as long as you have a way to justify your mitigation of risk, you can also use it. Private cloud is surely a more appropriate way to apply the cloud in the financial sector. Infrastructure, without solving institutional problems, shouldn't blindly copy the one-size-fits-all approach by putting everything on cloud. You are only considering the benefits or the convenience, but you need to consider fully the systemic risks. But the bottom line is also clear-cut. We have a very clear demarcation line. We encourage financial even further. And for Mythos, has triggered wide attention. PBOC is also following the issue closely. We have been analyzing the limited available information, and we have adopted some testing over the equivalent models. We find that it indeed may bring about impact on cyber security. But I want to emphasize that the loopholes of the softwares of the systems are innate. It was only because the adoption of Mythos, it is more likely for us to identify the cyber loopholes. In the past, hacker may take a lot of time and take a lot of chance to attack our system. But now the hackers are empowered with a big data model to have the 724 checking of the system to identify the potential loopholes for the hackers. So we must use AI to fight AI. AI can empower cyber attacks, and AI can also empower cyber prevention and defense. I believe many Chinese AI companies may identify it as an opportunity. They may shift their attention to use AI to empower cyber security. And thus, we can see the further growth of Chinese proprietary AI companies to deliver their AI defense capability. I believe in financial sector, as Professor CEO Mohanty has expressed very brilliant views. When you select an AI model, the vendors need to feed the model with data. The quality of the data will decide the effects. And for financial institutions, they don't know what data vendors use to feed the AI model. Therefore, I believe the information disclosure by AI vendors is very much needed to enhance the transparency of their model. That means your core capacity, your model's capacity. For a sensitive area like financial sector, the black box of the algorithm, the black box of the AI feeding data is quite different from other average industry. If the vendors can provide enough transparency of what data they use to feed the model and the black box information of the algorithm, it can enhance the trust that we place in this AI model. It is not a ready-to-use model. It is not a plug-in model. And we don't necessarily need to use all big data models. In a financial institution, there might be the hybrid use of big data model, big models and smaller models. Financial institutions in China are quite smart and very pragmatic. Their approaches are quite down to earth. So I am optimistic on the artificial intelligence further application in the financial sector in China. Thank you, Director General Li, for very brilliant sharing. We need to come back to the macro perspectives because we don't have much time left. And coming back to human being as the final user of AI. So I'd like to give the floor to Xiao Juan, former Deputy Secretary General of the State Council. American, U.S. Academicians and economists are all having the outlook on potential impact of AI on the job market and also the potential increase of productivity. Many economists are saying that in the future, the structure of any businesses may change. We will see the emergence of more one-person company. The infrastructures of enterprises and the people in the loop will be the more often business model. Microeconomic perspective and may bring AI into an infrastructure utility. The microeconomic topics are quite difficult to be handled, but they are highly significant. So, Professor Xiao Juan, from the microeconomic perspective, can you shed some light on how should we tackle this difficult, thorny, but important microeconomic issue? I think, Mr. Moderator, you are distracting us to the possible thinking that AI might make us lose control. I can't agree with you. You must be confident in the kindness of humankind. You have the hypothesis is that all big data is for evil, and society cannot control the evil. Well, then that is a greater distrust on the entire mankind. When we were developing digital economy, many were thinking us evilly. They say we are peeping into the privacy of the data, and there might be monopoly. When technology goes to the boundary, somebody will step out and say, stop it. He is a regulator, and I am from the societal perspective. When we train the large language model, for example, Yuanbao, when we have they use our input to do the training. And the agreement says that for any information you have the input in here, then I will use it as my own data. And Xiaohongshu, the social media, immediately there is a wide discussion on the invasion or the abuse of consumers' data. And social media has a lot of posts criticizing Yuan Bao's approach in abusing consumers' data. Data must be, models must be used. Tencent and other companies are saying that the engineers will no longer conduct development, rather they will catch the open, like what they do in the open clause. So if you lose the trust of the consumers, you lose the market. Last year, Doubao, one of China's AI, can read your screen and can understand your bank account information. And consumers say, we will abandon you because you can read my bank account information. So people have the final say. If people believe this data, this model is not serving my interest, rather it is invading into my interest, I can abandon it. So we should have the trust in human beings for controlling AI within our control. Many students and professors are using AI to write a paper. Many academicians say, I refuse using AI for paper writing or any editing. So AI is reasonable, but we need AI to be also desirable. Otherwise, a reasonable but not desirable AI will surely be abandoned by the users. So aggressive methods will surely end up in its less adoption. So I believe the prerequisite is that we need to understand the general public have their judgment, what is reasonable and what is desirable. There should always be the bottom line, and we must prevent against the systemic risks. Some may have a different risk appetite. Everybody is invited to give it a try until it is finally desirable. Proactive regulation should safeguard against risks, but more proactive and active regulation will deal with the issue only when problems crop up, because you must trust the general public's wisdom.
Thank you for your sharing. And we are talking about AI frontier problems, and Xiaojuan come back to the free choice of the market, which represent humans' wisdom and humans' stress. So humans are safe. We have 2 minutes, so we shall talk about what shall we do with humans' wisdom. So I want to ask a question with Zhou Tao with 30 seconds and use 1 minute to invite every panelist to respond to one keyword. If we look at 2030, AI in 2030, we may have an expectation about AI in 2030. What is the keyword for AI in 2030? For AI's application, AI's security, governance, or its impact on productivity? What is the keyword for AI in 2030? That's for final wrap-up. Before that, I want to ask Mr. Zhou a question. Just now you talk about humans' identity. In this sense, and what should we do today to save human identity? It seems that human identity is eroded by AI. What's the purpose of being a human being? And for researchers, we do no longer feel secret, and the independence of human identity will be challenged. And what method do we have? And what is the key for saving human identity? Thank you. I have 2 levels of ideas to share with you, 2 tiers. First, how can we live happily? Second, how can we pursue spiritual satisfaction? On the first tier, I agree with Professor Jiang that we should not act in a hurry. Our institutions can provide us with support. And please give us a keyword. So please believe in your resilience. The institutional resilience can help us to overcome the difficulties. You are talking about human resilience or institutional resilience. So I think the unique institutional resilience of the country can help us to solve the question. Second is spiritual satisfaction. So dance with the wolf and to be resilient. So Chinese resilience and institutional resilience.
For the AI in 2030.
While I spent 10 years as a regulator, but I will not use the regulatory term. I'll say my agent will be the 2030 keyword because my agent is all about the future of AI.
Yeah, your agent, fantastic. 建华老师。
我要用一个词的话，就是说在未来我。
In future, I think segmentation or digital divide will be the key word. People and institutions who are good at use at AI will be dramatically different from people and institutions who don't need to use AI, but we need inclusivity. And I think the keyword I want to talk about is win-win. I believe that the development of AI will promote financial application to achieve win-win. Thank you, Xiaojuan. I believe consensus is the key word. I believe that the development of AI can make people to create consensus, and AI will be well regulated. I hope that this section's discussion can help us to arrive at consensus, as mentioned by Professor Li, and also agent. In 2030, we can make good use of our agent in 2030, and we can use Chinese institutional and human resilience to address those divergences. I hope that in 2030, we can discuss again the impact of AI in this forum again. We will come back to do a summary about whether we achieved the keyword that we have mentioned today. I expect your visits next year and the year after next year. Dear distinguished guests, that's the end of this afternoon's session. Thank you for your participation. I remind you that the badge can be used tomorrow as well. And please keep your badge safe if you want to come back tomorrow.
We would like to remind you that our name cards are reusable. If you attend tomorrow's sessions, please keep your name card. 会后工作人员将进行会场清理，请您携带好随身物品。明天上午的大会环节分别为2026中国经济展望暨2026中国金融政策。
有这样一所学院，它诞生于改革开放之初，承担着推动金融变革的使命。它扎根中国大地，锐意打造国内领先、国际一流的金融高等教育院校和金融学术政策研究平台。清华大